A very good afternoon to everyone present here. We welcome you all to IP and Sports Ready, Set, Innovate, hosted by KRIA in association with INTA and ITNT. Harish Sridhar and I, Naintara Bina, will be your host for the first half of the event. We begin this occasion with an invocation of divinity.
IT&T Hub, Ms. Gori Kumar, who is a senior consultant for India and South Asia International Trademark Association, and Honorable Justice Mr. Senthil Kumar Ramorti of the Honorable Madras High Court. I now have the honor of inviting Mr. M.S. Barat, the founder and the managing partner of KRIA'tive, to deliver the opening remarks.
Good afternoon, everyone. I see the middle row having a problem looking at the stage. If some of you want to move on the right or the left, please feel free to do so. A very warm welcome on a warm afternoon. This is indeed a historic building. I'm told that the style in which it is built is Indo-Saracenic, and it was finished in 10,000 rupees. I wish what 10,000 rupees now would get us, but very warm welcome. This is actually International Trademark Association's pre-annual meeting reception. Usually receptions are given with wine and cheese. We in KRIA always prefer or choose to do something creative with our name as well. So we do everything with the KRIA in it. So we thought instead of wine and cheese, we should have educational lectures which are themed around World Intellectual Property Organization's World IP Day, which is celebrated on 26th of April. Every year they came out with a theme. 2 years back, it was women. With us later today, Somdev Varman Sudasha, moderated by Raj, a dear friend of ours, a leading sports journalist. We also have a session on business of IP, because at the end of the day, there are so many businesses which are technologically and data crunching is all about in sports. For example, there is a review mechanism in football, there is a review mechanism in tennis, there is a review mechanism in cricket. Even the light which goes up in the bails, in the stumps, that's also technology. A stump camera is also technology. So we have so much of innovation, and even the sole of the shoes which have to bounce back better. So much of technology goes in sports. Very quickly about Victoria Hall, as I said, I'm very, very privileged that all of you could join us here. I'm told that Gandhi ji and Swami Vivekananda have addressed gatherings in this hall. It was a movie theater also at some point of time. INTA, thanks for allowing us to host your reception for the last 2 years. This is the third year. I will let Gori, Kumar, the INTA representative, talk about INTA. I'm very, very happy to be associated with INTA, International Trademark Association, for the last 24 years. And I'm privileged to sit on their board of directors, which is based in New York. I'm in the last of the 3-year term. Having said that, alongside the creative things we do, we also instituted Creative Innovation Awards. In 2022, we teamed up with IIT Madras and Dr. Ashok Junjunwala, who is the founder of IIT Madras Research Park. I went to invite him for, hi Som, please come. IIT Madras Research Park, and I went there to invite him as a jury member, and he gave me 15 minutes and said, Barat, come and meet me in office. I came out after 2 hours. He said, we are going to be co-host year on year, and first 3 years we were having the award inside IIT Madras Research Park. So the first few years we had about 40 applicants. Second year we had about 70. Third year we had about 100. And this year we teamed up with IT&T. Ms. Vanitha Venugopal, the CEO who's with us today, was very kind enough to decide in exactly 6 minutes and write up a confirmation in about 12 hours. Thanks to her, we have 460 applications this year, which is almost quadruple. And it was a very tough task to bring 460 into 16 finalists. And we do have the winners of the award joining us today. Fantastic range of subject matters. We had someone, bovine artificial insemination, the lady who won it, she should be here anytime. And there were also innovation with regard to infectious diseases, and the wide range was deep tech. It was absolutely thrilling yesterday. We spent about 10 hours in ma'am's office, and we had a jury of 10 members. Thanks to some of the jury members who are here from Exnora, Mahindra and Mahindra, Samsung, all of them are here. Thanks for joining us, sir. With those few words, I would only say that I'm very grateful for Justice Sendil Kumar Ramorti to join us today. He is one of the most leading IP judges in the country. We are very, very privileged to have him lead our commercial courts in Madras. He's in court number 38, where most or 99% of our life revolves around. And he's authored several hundred phenomenal jurisprudence, which even other parts of the country, and I'm told Singapore courts have also followed. So join me in thanking all of them to allow us to co-host this event, and please enjoy the next 3-4 hours of great discussions from sports person, business person, and we've thrown in a sports quiz also in between. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That set the tone for the evening. I now invite Ms. Gori Kumar from the International Trademark Association to address the gathering.
Good afternoon, everyone, and it's great to see all of you here today, and a very, very warm welcome on behalf of the International Trademark Association to its pre-annual meeting reception hosted by KRIA. It's a pleasure to be back in Chennai, one of my favorite cities, and particularly for the third edition of INTA KRIA reception. Thank you so much, Bharat and KRIA for hosting this for a straight third year, especially in a historic setting like this one today. I'm also very, very curious about what 10,000 rupees will get us in this day and age. Probably just a bolt. On behalf of INTA, I'm also privileged to welcome esteemed dignitaries on the stage and off the stage, as well as all the audience members. A very, very warm welcome to Honorable Justice Senthil Kumar Ramorti. Sir, it's a pleasure to see you in person. Thank you so much for being here. Justice Ramamurthy's distinguished leadership has played a progressive and forward-looking role in the evolution of IP jurisprudence in India. And Bharat, I could not say it better than Bharat. So before we begin, I would like to once again sincerely thank the fantastic KRIA law team and Bharat for hosting us today. Bharat, I hope you don't blush, but I hope you will allow me to say this. You've built a remarkable practice in a very, very short span of time, not just in India, but also internationally. We're very honored to have you sit on the board of directors of INTA. And your leadership is also reflected in the kind of community that we see gathered at each KRIA event, not just INTA's pre-annual meeting receptions, but the other initiatives and events that you have taken a lead on. So we are very grateful for your continued support to INTA as well as to the wider IP ecosystem. And INTA is also grateful to IT&T for partnering on today's event. So my talk is going to be maybe about 5 to 7 minutes, and I want to talk to you about INTA, which is the world's largest IP association, and the INTA annual meeting, which is the world's largest IP conference. And therefore, we are gathered here today with a simple idea. We are reconnecting with colleagues. We are meeting new people. I am meeting lots of new people every time I visit Chennai. And we are getting a glimpse of what lies ahead for all of us as a global IP and innovation community. So this in many ways is, what INTA really represents. For those I haven't met yet, my name is Gori Kumar, and I am the representative of this association for India and South Asia. So at its core, INTA is a global association of brand owners and IP professionals and this association has been around for 148 years, coming to 150 years in the year 2028. We are more than 6,600 organizations worldwide, and these organizations are represented by almost 40,000 professionals spanning 182 countries. So really it could not get more global than this. And the mission of INTA is very simple, but it's very powerful. We are committed to elevating the understanding of and respect of intellectual property, because that's what builds consumers, that's what drives economic growth and ultimately shapes economies and societies. So let me bring that to life. For many years, INTA has been known primarily for trademarks, but at the entire gamut of intellectual property rights and intangible rights as well. Because the reality is that brands don't exist in silos anymore. They live online, they are on social media, they're across digital marketplaces, they are in content, and increasingly brands are in AI-driven environments. So naturally, the conversations within INTA have also evolved. We are beyond trademarks, now increasingly talking about internet-related issues, patents, data protection, artificial intelligence once again, and its interface and interaction with intellectual property, cross-border challenges, digital enforcement, and the future of intellectual property. So very simply, if it impacts IP, it is a part of what INTA is looking at and what INTA is studying. And that's what makes INTA so relevant today. By being an INTA member, one becomes part of a global community that's actively shaping how intellectual property works across jurisdictions, across industries, as well as across the future. So let me bring this now closer to the Indian context. I want to talk to you a little bit about how INTA plays in the Indian ecosystem. Of course, India's presence within INTA has always been strong. We have a very vibrant local IP bar, IP community all over the country, and it's still growing meaningfully as more people join the intellectual property profession. So to put it in numbers, we are 200 strong member organizations in India alone, and represented by almost 2,000 Indian professionals, IP professionals from across the country that are part of our membership ecosystem. We have nearly 250 Indian professionals that are serving on various INTA committees, and this is one of the highest globally, and this is something that I'm very, very proud of. And we have increasing participation at the highest levels of INTA leadership year on year. So of course, Bharat being a very prime example of that, being on the board. And, just like Bharat, there are others from India that are breaking the IP and INTA glass ceiling. So essentially, Indian members are leading conversations, they are contributing to policy, and they are actively shaping global IP discussions. So our community is not really not just simply participating, it is influencing and shaping the direction in which intellectual property is evolving. So with this background, I want to speak to two groups in the room. First, some of you who are already INTA members. You're part of this amazing global network, but I would encourage you to go one step further, to get more involved, to volunteer, join committees, contribute actively. And, it's very, very easily done. You can reach out to your local INTA staff, which is me, and or INT ambassadors and member champions like Bharat or any other experienced members. Because the more you engage in INT, the more you gain professionally, as well as, I would like to think personally as well. And I can assure you, and so will every other member of INTA, that INTA truly values and appreciates active volunteers. Because this is where, by doing this, their visibility has grown, and so will your visibility grow, your network will strengthen, and your impact as a professional becomes, tangible. So those who are not yet part of INTA, INTA is not just a membership, it's your opportunity to be part of an international IP community. And, no holds barred. If you are an IP professional, whether with a private practice or an in-house professional, a startup, or even an academic or a student, there is place for you at INTA. And this is really the right time to step in, because there are so many active conversations happening presently within the INT community that you could be involved in. So I will now quickly and very briefly talk about what we are here to celebrate. This is, of course, the INTA pre-annual meeting reception as well. So the INTA annual meeting this year is taking place in London from May 2nd to May 6th. And if I had to describe the annual meeting in one sentence, it's, the global IP community all in one place. So talking in numbers, there are already 9,000 professionals, including 1,000 brand owners and 500 government officials that are registered to attend the annual meeting. And they span 150 plus jurisdictions. And again, another statistic that I'm very proud of is that we are already at almost 400 registrants from India. So India is showing up again in a big way at the annual meeting as well. So at INTA's annual meeting, there are thousands of meetings happening across the 5 days of the annual meeting, along with very strong and robust educational content and business development opportunities. So there are opportunities to meet and have conversations with brand owners, with in-house counsels, law firms from across the world, policymakers, enforcement officials, heads of IP offices, judges, and so on. And these conversations then in turn become collaborations, they become long-term connections and real opportunities. So, those of you who have attended INTA will know that I'm not exaggerating, and those of you who are yet to attend their first annual meeting, I welcome you to experience that at least once in your lives. So I will stop here as we enjoy this evening that celebrates the confluence of IP, innovation, and sports. I will leave this room with a call to action. Again, if you are already a member of INTA, get more involved, get in touch with me. If you're not yet part of this community, join this very vibrant community and try to join us in London this year or at a future annual meeting where you'll find the IP community in one place. So thank you once again to KRIA Law for hosting us. Thank you again, Barat, and the fantastic KRIA Law team. And thank you all for being here. I look forward to connecting with you all when the program ends. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your insights on the International Trademark Association. You're truly doing an inspiring job on setting up an international community for IP. I now warmly invite Ms. Vanitha Venugopal, CEO of the IT&T Hub, to share her insights on the IT&T.
Ellarkum vanakkam. Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Justice Sendil Kumar, Mr. M.S. Bharat, Ms. Gauri Kumari, Dr. Amulya Rao, Mr. Jacob Korean, my dear FICCI FLO members who are here, and to all our remarkable innovators, as well as the esteemed jury members who made all this possible today. One and all, good afternoon. First and foremost, I want to congratulate every participant, just not the winners, but everyone else who has just shown up here. So thank you for coming and making this more special for us. So let me start with a very simple truth, right? Innovation is not a luxury anymore. It is something that it is how we survive, this is how we lead, and this is how it matters. And I'll give you a few examples why I say this, right? Because if you look at the bigger scale of thing, innovation is what that separates economies from who follow to who lead. I say this with a lot of confidence as well as conviction, just because I had spent pretty much more than like 2 decades of my adolescent life in the US working for technology companies. Now it all makes sense why so much of money was pumped into R&D, why so much money was pumped into creating things that matters to people, and just not for in their scale, but at a global scales. So all the tools, everything that we are touching, the phones that you are using to, take pictures, camera, taking notes, everything was innovation some point of time because there was a gap in the society that someone was trying to fill. So what can we do to leapfrog to that event? So why is it important to create innovation? Innovation creates productivity. It creates high-value jobs. It also enables regions to move up in the global value chain. I think India is at its inflection point right now, where we should not be we should not be the developing economy, but a developed economy. Can we actually make it through the Viksit Bharat that we talk about, not at 2047, can we kind of make it closer to us? And now, if I bring it together to Tamil Nadu, where we are standing right now, and which I'm part of the government here, one of the key things is, for decades, Tamil Nadu has been the backbone of a lot of the key things that has happened in India. For example, services, manufacturing, talent, operational discipline. So we deliver as a state, we execute as a state, we scale as a state. But the world is shifting, and so must we. Competitiveness today is not about doing things better. Competitiveness is about creation. What is that you're creating that is actually scalable at a scale where someone is going to use it at the nooks and corners of the world? It is about owning ideas, building technologies here and scaling them to the world. And Tamil Nadu is well placed. Let me tell you why. Because we have very strong academic institutions here. Our industrial depth is extremely good with all the industrial corridor that has been set together in the last 50 years. The entrepreneurial energy that we see here is just not an opportunity, because it's a responsibility that the innovators as well as the entrepreneurs here can actually take it to the next level. So why does it excite me? At ITNT, which is the Tamil Nadu Technology Hub, where we work with the deep tech startups of the 8, we see all this coming together because I talk to people on a daily basis where incredible ideas are coming, just not from the urban, but mainly from the tier 2, tier 3 cities. Researchers building solutions that actually can change industries. You will be seeing, we have few people, like as they said, that we have 459 applications, and picking 16 of them was a humongous task for the jury members, because they were like, how do we go and pick 2 or 3 out of these applications as well as innovations that came through? So the question that we must ask ourselves is, young minds thinking global from day one has to happen. When I say young mind, age is not a bar. At 50, you can still have a young mind and you can be thinking differently, because I have researchers or academicians or faculty members who have been working, having IPs, have come to me in their mid-50s and said, ma'am, can we go and create a company? Will this organization help us to do this? And we have done just that. So, but this is very critical, guys. There is a gap. What is the big gap? The real gap is between the brilliant idea that somebody has and how do we convert it into a viable, scalable solution that can actually create a product in the market, and it is something that someone is ready to use it. So between the breakthrough idea to creating a product that can be used at the global level becomes the key about innovation when we think about us. So that gap at IT&T, we are trying our best and we are obsessed with filling this gap. And how do we do that? So we do mentorship programs. We make collaborations with like KRIA'tive, for example, where they are supporting us in our IP wing, where we are creating patents, because that is where the value creation happens. Market connections, global connections, ecosystem partnerships, as well as access to capital. Because the value of death is something that happens very quickly when the startups don't have enough money to actually create their products. So having said that, this evidence is everywhere. Consider this, India filed around 99,721 patent application in 25-26 alone. And Tamil Nadu is just not a participant in this, but we are leading it. And how? Because out of which 22,000 plus applications were from Tamil Nadu, which is at 23%. I think it requires an applaud because I saw Uncle doing this. So having said that, so that's just not a statistics, guys. Of course, it's a number that I think everyone seated here for the World IP Day coming here, and this is a precursor that's happening today, you should know. But there is a momentum. We can feel it that the wind has changed. People are looking at entrepreneurship as a career path, which is a grave paradigm shift in how people are thinking nowadays, right? And that's the capability that is available in our ecosystem. So that is the drive to solve real life problems. Platforms like ITNT Korea Innovative Awards that we are here right for, why is this crucial, right? Why are we here? Why did, for the last 3 months, this team has worked relentlessly with them to come forward to do this? Just because you're not just celebrating ideas here, you're pressure testing them. Each one of you who are there here has to understand, why does this matter? Why did I create this, right? Who will use it? How it will be a sustainable model, and how does it scale beyond your neighborhood, beyond India to the world? That is extremely important. For many of you here, this may be the first time you have ever come to an award session, and your ideas, please don't get dejected because you got validity here. You were allowed to present it to a jury of very esteemed high-level people who are actually telling you how you can better refine your idea, come up with making it better, so that if it's not for this award, you can actually create an MVP, and organizations like IT&T will be able to support you to take it to the next level. So to every startup here, every founder, every innovator, here's what I want you guys to remember, right? Build with purpose. Ask yourself what problem I'm trying to solve for the bigger cause. Not that here again globally, not locally, not comfortably. Unless you are getting out of your comfort zone, we will not be able to think out of the box. So what becomes possible of what I am building is something that the question that you guys have to ask yourselves on a daily basis. So scale with intent. Ambition is good, but strategy is most critical. Strategically creating a product, creating an idea. When is the right IP? How many IP should I have? Can I work with other innovators across, competitors across, so that this IP could be a cluster IP where I can come up with a product? All these questions have to be answered when your ideas get validated. So please think open, collaborate better. The best innovation that comes only by collaboration. As I was telling, use this ecosystem. We are right there to support an organization like KRIA'tive and other firms are there to support you guys, right? So another important, the last factor I want to tell is have fun. You must be thinking she's contradicting us, or she's asking us to work hard, no pressure here, create an IP, then she's saying have fun. The reason is a startup needs to have a lot of resilience, and you will see hardships, you will have failures. So that having the fun part is the only one that motivates you to keep moving ahead in your path, seeking advice, seeking guidance, seeking mentorships, seeking subject matter experts who can help you to validate your product. So now to those who may not win an award today, right? See this as a gift. You have a clarity to today to go and work on it, making it better. And to the winners, the real award is not the trophy or the recognition. Apologies if I'm not shouting on top of the group. I'm extremely happy for you and I congratulated you. I think I did it. But the real award is in 5 years from now. Each one of you winners should go and see where is your solution trusted by your customers. Are you getting the NPS scores of that is the word of mouth, right? Your NPS scores are going up for the product that you're going to take it to the market. So that's the final prize. So take it as a personal challenge to each one of you who are going to take the award from us. And again, Tamil Nadu has always been a land of makers, from the Chola craftsmanship to the modern day, engineers and entrepreneurs. We are at a cusp of everything coming together. But it requires all of us, the government, it requires the innovators. We need, industry partners, academicians, everybody to come together to make it happen. So I invite you here at ITNT humbly that please build boldly, think very big, scale fearlessly, and let's show the world what we are capable of. And once again, KRIA'tive, thank you for giving me this opportunity and collaborating with us. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing the vision of IT&T with us. I now call upon Dr. Amulya Rao, the chairperson of FICCI FLO, which is the ladies' organization in Chennai, to share her views on startup initiatives and the role of her organization in nurturing innovation.
Thank you. Good afternoon. The future does not belong to those who wait for change. It belongs to those who create it. And today, we are in a room full of creators, disruptors, and change makers shaping that future. My name is Dr. Amulya Rao, and I am the chairperson of FICCI FLO Chennai. It is a true privilege for FICCI FLO Chennai to be the ecosystem partner for the IT&T Creative Innovation Awards. FICCI FLO is the women's wing of the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry. It is a pan-India organization with over 22 chapters and 16,000 members nationwide. FLO is a dynamic network of women leaders committed to empowering women across several sectors through entrepreneurship, skill development, and the startup ecosystems. At FLO Chennai, we believe in creating platforms that inspire, innovate, and drive a lasting impact. Our association with the ITNI and Creative Innovation Awards is rooted in a shared belief that ideas have the power to transform and that innovation must be encouraged, nurtured, and definitely celebrated. Supporting such initiatives is about building an ecosystem where vision meets opportunity and potential is converted into progress. The fact that a quarter of IP applicants are from Tamil Nadu is a proud moment for us, and at FLO we support and promote startups, innovators, and founders through our various verticals. These verticals reflect the evolving aspirations of women across India. Two verticals which are of relevance today are our sports vertical and our legal advocacy vertical. Through our sports vertical, we are committed to nurturing women at sports in every level, from enabling scholarships for promising young female athletes and driving grassroots participation programs, and also forging partnerships with various sports federations. We want to build a culture where active living and ambition go hand in hand. Our legal vertical is focusing on making legal knowledge accessible, practical, and empowering, from property rights and business contracts to workplace protection and personal law. We equip women with the awareness and confidence that they need to stand firm, make informed decisions, and move forward with strength and knowledge. Platforms like the IT&I Creative Innovation Awards resonate deeply with our mission, because true empowerment happens when ideas are given a voice and excellence is recognized. I would like to extend our sincere thanks to the CEO of IT&T, Ms. Vanitha Venugopal, who is also the head of Startup Vertical at FICCI FLO Chennai, and to Mr. MS Barat from KRIA for enabling this meaningful association and for envisioning this platform that celebrates innovation with such purpose and conviction. As we inaugurate this event today, we celebrate not just innovation, but the courage to think differently, to challenge boundaries, and to turn vision into impact. I congratulate not just the winners, but each and every one of the 460 participants. You have made this a platform that truly inspires the future. Because the ideas that we celebrate today are not just innovations, they are the foundations of the world that all of us will live in tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing valuable insights and your continued support towards the startup ecosystem. We now move to a very special segment of this evening. I have the honor of inviting Mr. Jacob Kurian, Senior Partner, KRIA Law, to kindly come forward and lead us through the award distribution for the IT&T Creative Innovation Awards. Before we begin, we would like to take a moment to sincerely acknowledge the incredible efforts of our esteemed jury panel. We had 16 outstanding finalists, and our jury members dedicated their entire day carefully evaluating each submission, engaging with the participants, and thoughtfully identifying the winners in what was truly a highly competitive process. We are deeply grateful for your time, commitment, and valuable contributions. We would like to invite our distinguished jury panel. People, those who are present with us today, may please join us on the stage. Dr. Shankar Venugopal, Senior Vice President, Mahindra & Mahindra. Mr. Lakshmi Narayan Ramachandran, Senior Director and Head of IP and Innovation, Samsung Electronics. Mr. Kumar Vembu, Co-Founder, Zoho. Dr. Dara Ajay, Head of Technology Transfer, IIT Madras. Mr. Kanaka Sabhapati Subramanian, Senior Vice President, Ashok Leyland. Mr. Munawar Deen, Head, Admin and Finance, ex-Nora. Mr. S. Tangpandian, Joint Controller of Patents and Designs, IP Office, Chennai. Ms. Kayalviri Selvarajan, Director, Operational Excellence, AstraZeneca. Mr. Satish Ganeshan, Founder, Partner, IN44 Capital. Mr. Sridhar Parthsarathi, Co-Founder and General Partner, Blue Hill VC. Over to you, Jacob, sir.
Thank you very much. It's an honor for KRIA Law to have this chance to give awards to innovators. We've had this for 3 years with almost 100 participants. This year we had 460 participants with an amazing array of entries. I really have to thank IT&T and Ms. Vanitha Venugopal for the tremendous support in partnering with us to distill from these 460 down to 16 and then come down to the winners. What the jury said was something very relevant. They said that each of the participants had actually looked for a pain point. They looked for a pain point and then found a solution for it instead of just making innovations. And the jury grilled them. The point of the grilling to each one of you, whether winners or who were finalists, was that you got such visibility and such feedback which you would never get from any other source. The exposure you had, in addition to that, the jury members said that if you want any help further, please contact us. And where would you get access to the top innovation persons in India? We had Dr. Shankar Venugopal, who's the Senior Vice President, Mahindra and Mahindra of Innovation. We had Mr. Lakshmi Narayan Ramachandran, Senior Director, Head of IP and Innovation, Samsung Electronics. We had Mr. Kumar Vembu, co-founder of Zoho, who was with us yesterday, could not be today. Mr. Dr. Dara Vijay, he's with us, Head of Technology Transfer, IIT Madras. Mr. Munawar Deen, Head Admin and Finance, ex-Nora. We also had with us the Controller General of Patents, Joint Controller General of Patents. We had investors, and this kind of ecosystem, this kind of visibility is not available anywhere, and this is a great boon to each one of you to have been exposed to this. With this, let me get down to the final results. We had some special jury awards before I come to the winners. The first one was to N1 Digital Twin. Are they with us? They're not here, but they made an amazing invention of having a knee, a digital twin for a knee, which would then give you, assess it and help you to get extremely good advice on whether a knee transplant was required or what was required. They're here? Please come forward. An amazing invention. A round of hands. Thank you. Do we have the team from Zoycare Hygiene with us? No. We have somebody who really deserves a warm round of applause. I'll come to them. These are two youngsters, young designers who have come all the way from Assam, submitted their entry, and I would call Krisa Gandhi and Satak Prajapati. They are students of NID Assam. Ladies and gentlemen, what they made was that everyone uses a cervical collar, a thick collar, if you have a neck pain or you have a problem. They found that there's a social stigma attached to it. So people were not wearing it and their neck pain was getting worse. So they have transformed the cervical collar into some high-tech looking thing which looks like earphones. So it looks like a metal piece which goes here, supports the chin and the back, and it's amazing. If that works, it'll be a real boon to society. Now we had two sets of awards. One was for tech innovation and one was for the social innovation, the social impact which it has on people. Let me take the social innovation first. The runner-up is Carbon Loops Private Limited. This, ladies and gentlemen, what they have done is one of the biggest problems in urban landscape is landfills. It's getting worse and worse, and they have come up with a system which they have practically worked, and the governments are now engaging them, by which they remove the landfills and make it into biofuel. So it's from waste into something useful to society. The winner of the social innovation has made something which will make a huge difference to farmers. Where the farmers had a huge problem in finding out about disease and infection, having to send to labs all over the place from where they are, practically it doesn't work. So there was a huge problem. What he has done is he has made a milking machine, a patented milking machine, in which from the milk itself there's a certain method by which about 14 or 15 diseases can be detected. They can be cured, they can also be treated early, and it will have a huge impact on all farmers, which is a huge market. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kumar Tech Private Limited and the amazing person who has created this, along with his team. We now come to the Tech Innovation Awards. The runner-up is somebody who has made a laser tube. What is so special about that? What is special is that it's only in China that this is made, and the Indian innovators have made something which is not made anywhere else in the world. They're soon catching up with the costs. They've redesigned the tube and got a patent for it. It is something, a product which is going to go worldwide. And let's welcome Lacetronics Technologies team. And the winner of the tech innovation is someone who took everybody's heart. She's a person, a lady who was grilled by the jury and had an answer for every question. She spoke with calmness, she spoke with confidence, she spoke with absolute clarity, and there was no part which felt that this was something, there was a gap. A lady who's a veterinarian and who has the answer for artificial insemination. She completely went through all the systems being followed now, explained how that they are unsafe, unhygienic. She has created an equipment by which it can be done safely. She was even asked that this is being done by people abroad, by other companies in India. She said they are importing from abroad at 3 times the cost. She has made it in India by herself and her team, and it's working beautifully. May we welcome Sysgen Biotech Discoveries Private Limited, Dr. V. Marudam. Ladies and gentlemen, before I close the Creative and Innovative Awards, before we are going to call the winners back, but before that, I would request that our esteemed jury members line up with us for one photograph. I would now request all the winners to please come on stage for a group photograph.
We sincerely thank our esteemed jury members for gracing the stage and for their invaluable contributions. Congratulations to all the participants and winners, and thank you so much, Jacob, sir. Now we have a privilege of hearing from a distinguished member of the judiciary. May I respectfully invite Honorable Justice Senthil Kumar Ramorti, sir, to address the gathering and share his thoughts on today's theme.
Ms. Vinita Venugopal, CEO of the Tamil Nadu Technology Hub, Mr. M.S. Barat, founder KRIA Law, Mr. Jacob Kurian, partner KRIA Law, Ms. Gori Kumar, senior consultant for the INTA, Dr. Amulya Rao, director FICCI Ladies Organization, Ms. Sudha Shah, who's here, Mr. Somdev Varman, the parents of Mr. Barat, Mr. Subramaniam. Ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I must thank KRIA Law, INTA, and the Tamil Nadu Technology Hub for inviting me to speak today. I had the opportunity as a result of visiting this historic building for the first time. And my mind went back, considering the theme of this event, to a few years ago when I had the pleasure and privilege of being in Greece, in ancient Olympia to be specific. The history of sport is traced back to that place, circa 776 or thereabouts. And standing on that hallowed turf, I couldn't help but wonder as to what kind of, equipment was available, what sports were played. I was told that they had rudimentary forms of the javelin, the discus. Obviously, there was running, and there was some form of wrestling. So obviously, we've come a long, long way from then. But given that Mr. Somdev Varman is here, I can't help thinking of tennis. Those of a certain vintage who are present in this audience may recall the 1980 Wimbledon final between Bjorn Borg and John McEnroe. Many of us watched it on those grainy black and white televisions. It was obviously an epic match. You fast forward to 2026, the Australian Open final between Djokovic and Alcaraz. Two significant differences come to my mind. The first being, if memory serves me right, I think in 1980 they played with wooden rackets. I think Donny and Dunlop rackets were used by the two protagonists of that match. And then soon thereafter, there was a switch to other materials like graphite. Now this has resulted in an astounding change in the nature of the game. If you merely compare the games that were played then to the games played today, the kind of pace that's generated from the back of the court, including on the backhand flank, and you'll understand what I'm saying. The second aspect that you will notice if you watch the Australian Open final, where are the linespersons? There are no linespersons, right? So you have electronic calling through technologies like Hawkeye. So this is the marked change that technology and innovation has brought to the world of sport. I'll give you one more example. Some of you may have heard of this athlete called Oscar Pistorius. He was also known as the Blade Runner. He was a double amputee from South Africa, later mired in a controversy culminating in his eventual conviction for murder. But prior to that, he had a storied career, and in fact, if I'm not mistaken, he's the first disabled athlete. He was born without both his fibulas. He was the first disabled athlete to actually win a medal at the World Athletic Championships in 2011. So how did he do that? It was because of advanced prosthetics, right? One more example of what technology and innovation can do to the world of sport. Now, how is all of this in any way connected with IPR? Economics, right, is often described as a discipline that deals with the impact of incentive on human conduct. We can debate about what type of incentive should be offered. We can debate about, for how long such incentives should be offered, or what should be the width, the breadth, the length, and so on. But there's no running away from the fact that you require incentive to enable people to innovate, to come up with, advanced technologies and thereby further human progress. And that is where, in the context of technology, intellectual property rights come into the picture. While, countries have viewed intellectual property rights very differently over time, increasingly, including in developing countries like India, we have more or less adopted global standards. A lot of the provisions in the trade-related intellectual property rights agreement have now been adopted as a part of Indian law. And in the context of sports, I was giving you the example from tennis. Obviously, the process of making a racket could be patented. The product itself could be patented. If there is a special design element, which is an element which only appeals to the eye and is not functional in character, you could have design protection. Very often, shoes that are worn by athletes have design elements like the trimming on the shoe and so on, all of which is subject to design protection, right? And, we all are watching the IPL matches going on a daily basis. Now, you would have seen that the broadcast rights fetch a humongous amount of money. That's because the producers have a copyright in it, and they have the exclusive right to exploit that copyright. In fact, virtually every week, I hear at least a couple of cases relating to what are called KRIA'tive actions. Stripped of the jargon, it simply means because we apprehend. So let's say the producer of the IPL apprehends that there will be unlawful streaming, which, as you know, today is quite easy. So then they come to court and they say, look, we apprehend that there will be unlawful broadcasting. Please grant us protection. The same is done by producers of cinema. And this is pretty much a weekly occurrence in my court. Once again, it is nothing but the protection of copyright. And in the context of something like the IPL or the World Cup of football or cricket, it is IPR in relation to sports. So as you can see, there is strong connection between technology and sports. While Ms. Sudhasha played cricket, they played with bats which were very, very different, almost unrecognizably different from the bats that are used today, which is why I'm sure she sometimes wonders, seeing edges fly for a six, over point or, square leg or wherever, that, I wish I had the opportunity to use such bats during my time. So you will find that, in all sports, and here we are talking about sports like cricket and tennis, you can well imagine a sport like, let's say, fencing, right? You need protective gear, you need a protective helmet. Even the quality of the, the device that you use for fencing, all of that is a product of technology. So, I mean, I was very happy to find that you had this contest, especially for young people, to come up with innovative technologies. And, so many of them won prizes today. I hope that through the efforts of the Tamil Nadu Technology Hub and organizations of that kind, that we have many more people engaged in technology, and particularly in technology in relation to sport. I find that sport has today become a big business, and there's tremendous opportunity. During the next 2 sessions, you're going to be discussing technology and sports, and thereafter the business of sports. I hope you have really enlightening discussions through the rest of this afternoon. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, sir, for walking us down the memory lane. As we conclude the inaugural session, I now have the pleasure of inviting Ms. Gori Tirumurthy, partner, KRIA Law, to felicitate the dignitaries on the dais.
Distinguished guests on the dais, and dear friends in front of me, it is a pleasure to be in this august hall with such a vibrant audience. Justice Ramorti has set the beautiful context for today's event by actually taking us a few lessons on intellectual property. Actually, KRIA Law is very grateful to you, sir, for enabling this context for the event today. Let me start by thanking Barat to set the context for today's proceedings. KRIA Law, collaborating with INTA and INT, is a privilege for all of us. I thank all the collaborators today. I thank Gori Kumar for enlightening us on the relevance and importance of INTA. Having been a regular at INTA, I can vouch for how valuable the INTA experience is. Ms. Vanita, you were an epitome of encouragement, promise, and inspiration to one and all of us. Justice Ramorti, sir, thank you very much once again. It was a privilege to have you here. Dr. Amulya, thanks for your word of participation and special presence. Thank you, and I'd like to felicitate the guests of honor today.
I invite Dr. Amulya Rao, Chairperson, FICCI FLO, Chennai. Ms. Vanita Venugopal, CEO, IT&T Hub. Ms. Gori Kumar, Senior Consultant for India and South Asia, INTA. Honorable Justice, Mr. Senthil Kumar Ramamurthy, Madras High Court.
For those of you who have joined, very special friends of ours, friends of our partners, Amritraj, the tennis champion, and Mr. Vishwanathan Anand. They could not join us in person, but they have sent us a video clip. We're going to play the video clips from both Vijay Amritraj and Vishwanathan Anand for you. Thank you.
I am delighted that KRIA and International Trademark Association are hosting this. I am delighted that KRIA and International Trademark Association are hosting this incredible event in my home city of Chennai, Victoria Hall. And I'm sorry I can't be there, I'm out of the country, but certainly it is of great interest to someone like myself. Of course, I've been a part of sports for over 50 years and seen the growth of sports across our country and across the world. And true to form, it has gotten to a point where we need to do more, but more importantly, we have already done a lot as far as India is concerned. We are excited about this event simply because it deals with the IP of sports, business of sports, technology in sports, and needless to say, the future of sports, and where we started and where we have come to so far, but we still have a long way to go. I do believe that this forum, the panel's discussion that you all are having, as far as this event is concerned, is going to help a lot in taking the discussions further. There's a lot more to be done, but I hope all of it will be for the good of sports in India and across the world, and needless to say, for the sports persons who are participating and trying to be the best at what they do because of merit and nothing else, and to be able to represent this, the tricolor, across the world. I wish every participant here good luck. I wish the event good luck. Congratulations again to KRIA and International Trademark Association.
Hello everyone. Being celebrated, and this year we're going to have this exciting conference hosted. Hello everyone. I'm very happy to hear that World IP Day is being celebrated, and this year we're going to have this exciting conference hosted by KRIA together with INTA, and it'll be fascinating to watch. Sports and chess have come a long way in India, and now chess is experiencing all these interesting moments. For instance, we used to have just text notation. Now the question of who owns the broadcast stream, that is the video, the commentary, the images from the board, who owns the certain ideas, what about formats? Various formats have been introduced. Who has the brand ownership of some of the titles, and all these exciting things. As we go online and as chess collides with artificial intelligence, that's another area which we will need to explore. So I'm really looking forward to hearing discussions on all these fascinating topics and seeing how the legal world and the world of sports deals with this from sport to sport. And most of all, I'm here looking forward to hearing some wonderful discussions and very interesting talks during this conference about sports in India. I wish the conference all success, and I'm very excited about it.
As always, I love embarrassing persons, but these two videos were possible because of our lovely partner, Gori. Not most of you must known her as a lawyer, but she was a tennis superstar and she was representing India, and she's played the French Open and the Wimbledon Juniors as well. Yeah. Back to the organizing team.
Thank you, sir. We would like to take this opportunity to thank Naturals as one of our presenting partners.
Dear younger me, I remember you clearly. You were talented, you were hardworking, but you didn't believe in yourself.
You waited.
For approval, for validation, for someone to say, you can do it. But one day, something changed. I realized something powerful. The permission I was waiting for had to come from myself. Women don't just find jobs, they discover their dreams. The heart of this movement is a simple belief. A confident woman is a financially independent woman. The day I opened my salon, I didn't just start a business. I found confidence. I found my voice. I found my freedom. First, I was given a key. Then, I earned a key. And that key opened my freedom. Today, hundreds of women across India, housewives, stylists, managers, dreamers, have become entrepreneurs. She didn't just build a business. She changed what her daughter believes is possible.
The best fashion statement is standing on your own legs.
We now move on to the first panel discussion for the day, Innovation and Athletic Performance, a conversation with accomplished sportspersons. This session brings together perspectives from sports, law, and academia. Guiding this conversation, we have with us Mr. G. Rajaraman, a seasoned sports journalist with over 4 decades of experience across leading media platforms. He has represented India at the Asian Games and the Paris Olympics and brings with him a truly unparalleled depth of experience in the world of sports. Thank you, sir. Our next panelist is Dr. Subhrajit Chanda, who is a leading voice in sports law and international arbitration. He is currently a professor at Jindal Global Law School and holds the distinction as India's first PhD in comprehensive sports law. Welcome, sir. We are also honored to have Ms. Sudha Shah with us, a former Indian cricketer, coach and administrator from representing Tamil Nadu and India to coaching the national team to the Women's World Cup in 2005. Her journey is both inspiring and historic. She is also the recipient of BCCI's Lifetime Achievement Award. Joining us next is Mr. Sundeep Varman, one of India's most accomplished tennis players, from winning back-to-back NCAA championships to securing gold medals for India at the Commonwealth and Asian Games and reaching a career ranking of world number 62. His journey reflects excellence at the highest level. He is also recipient of the Arjuna Award and the Padma Shri. I now invite Mr. Rajaraman to take the discussion forward.
Tough job always to follow a judge, especially somebody who loves sports so much that he researches and goes back to 776 BC as well. And then to talk about Oscar Pistorius. I don't know how many others in this room have heard of Oscar Pistorius. The judge was fabulous. Following him is going to be a difficult task. But I think I've got a beautiful panel here to overcome the challenge that the judge threw at us. But let me start with Sudha. As somebody who played cricket in the 70s and 80s, and as the judge pointed out, the kind of technology change that we have seen, just share your thoughts on how technology has changed in cricket, especially from a player's perspective. Of course, we all know that the broadcast has changed how we even consume cricket, but talk to us from a player's perspective on how technology has changed.
Good afternoon, everybody. I started playing cricket in '73, and one thing about the bats, I don't know whether today's generation will know that we used to use linseed oil to, first we had to put linseed oil on our bat, and they would say, no, keep it standing up, you have to keep it lying down, otherwise it gets bottom heavy. And we had to keep oiling the bat, and it took us a month or two to actually use the bat. And today you have bats, as Sir said, even the edges go for a 6. The wood also that's used is much, much bigger than what it used to be. And it's compressed to such a thing like, we had a sweet spot in the bat. Today there's no, I mean, everything's a sweet spot. Even from the shoulder to the toe of the bat, it's like, it just flies. And I mean, if you see even the equipment, everything, those days we used to share one kit with the whole team. And even bats, it used to be just 2 or 3 in the team. And the batter coming out would give the bat to the next batter coming in. Like, I got some runs, so my papa got me a bat, and that was 375 rupees. It was a Vijay special bat. And everybody was like, boy, how could you spend so much for a bat? But it took me at least 2 months to actually season it and start playing. And I really, as Sir said, I envy the players now. After I stopped playing cricket, I took up to coaching. And sometimes the girls used to give me their bats to give some fielding practice. And I used to be very thrilled that, I used to just tap the ball and it would go flying. That's how much the bats have improved today.
Talk to us about tennis. The Honorable Justice did talk about how rackets have changed from wooden to graphite, and God knows what it is now, composite at this point of time. Talk us through the changes that you've seen in tennis. We're not talking about the Ramanathan Krishnan and Vijay Amritrajara. We're talking even from your time, tennis has changed a lot. Just talk us through that, please.
Yes, first of all, thank you. Thank you for having me. Great to share the stage with you guys. Thank you, Barat. Thank you, Jakes. And really nice to hear that you're actually a big tennis fan as well. So it's really nice to be here because I feel like you're in an energy where everybody is really into their sports. So I'll throw in a few geeky facts. about the evolution of tennis, really. Yes, absolutely, went from wooden rackets in the 1980s, natural gut on the string, and Kevlar rackets. And the biggest change, one of the biggest changes in tennis that we saw in equipment alone. We'll get into medical enhancements in strength and conditioning, in nutrition and other things. And that's basically what's happened throughout sports, not just in tennis. That's increased longevity. But one of the biggest technological changes that ever happened was in the early 2000s, there was a string called polyester that came in and completely changed the nature of the game. So a clear example of this would be in the late 90s, you started seeing a surge in Spanish tennis players. Carlos Moya, Alex Corretja, Albert Costa, Bersetegi, Bruguera. All of these guys started to do well, and the world started noticing something was different in the way they hit because the ball would react differently. So what did the polyester do? The polyester grabbed the tennis ball as you hit it. This was all because the technology of the rackets allowed you to swing at a different path. The ball would grab more spin would be created. You could hit the ball harder with more margin for error. So everything changed. The stroke changed, the stroke mechanic changed, and the game completely changed into more and more physically demanding. This was about 25, 26 years ago, and guess what? Today, Novak Djokovic, the most successful tennis player of all time, has a combination of natural gut, which they used in the 1980s, and polyester string in Luxilon, which is the biggest game changer in tennis in the last 3 decades. And most players have this combination moving forward just because it allows them to have a good feel on the ball as well as actually, hit the ball. I mean, we see Yannick Sinner and Carlos Alcaraz play now and you say, nobody has ever hit the tennis ball this hard. And that is only because technology allows them to do it.
Thank you, sir. Before I get to the good lawyer here, I want you to talk to us about the ball as well. I read that the ball has slowed down so much. You were known as one of the fastest players on the circuit back in the time that you played. But I'm told that the balls have been made in such a way that the rallies get extended a lot more. Talk to us about the ball. You spoke to us at length about the racket. Just a little bit more about the ball as well.
Yeah, I'll give you a great example. If anybody watched tennis over here, you might remember watching Goran Ivanisevic play against Pat Rafter, 2001 Wimbledon final. Now, if you remember, the Goran Ivanisevic, big Croatian lefty, had a big slice serve. The slice serve used to end up almost in the first row when he hit it right. And Pat Rafter, the Australian, had a massive kick serve to a point where it would again kick this way, bounce the other way, and, completely keep their opponents, on their toes. You really didn't know how to attack us, and it's a second serve. So what this started doing was the game started becoming incredibly serve dominant. Even earlier on, there were complaints from people when Sampras and Becker were in the Wimbledon final, where they said there's not enough rallies. We need to slow the game down so there's more rallies. People are coming in. A big example, I know Vijay talks about this a lot, but if you watch the old days of Wimbledon, the grass would wear out forward. Nowadays, the grass wears out on the baseline. So the first question that I had to ask myself now as a tennis coach, but also as a player, is if Pat Rafter's kick serve was bouncing that much, and if Goran Ivanisevic's slice serve was swinging that much, surely 25 years later, the athletes are quicker, stronger, faster. They should be able to hit bigger kick serves and better slice serves. But if you look at the modern game, you'll start seeing that that's the one thing that doesn't happen. The serves don't kick as much as they used to. They don't slice as much as they used to. And the simple reason for that is the ball has gotten heavier. The ball is significantly heavier even since I started playing 20 years ago. And I stopped playing 10 years ago. I was having that discussion. And even in that time, the game has changed so much that now when we're in training, we train our athletes completely differently than 25 years ago. 25 years ago, there used to be 2 nets at training to say hit over the second net in order to get that trajectory, because the Spanish players were coming out at that time and with a new style. Now you look at all the players and the net clearance is 1.5 to 2 feet over the net, and that's it, max. And sometimes it's 6 inches because of how hard they hit the ball. So the ball doesn't allow you to, maneuver it as much as you could back in the day. And because of that, the entire game has changed from something that used to be aggressive, coming in, short points, to brutal, physically brutal, demanding, and the ball just stays exactly the same and doesn't have a whole lot of change. So, it's a massive, massive change in the way the sport has moved.
Thank you, Som. Truly a master class in technology and the changes that have come about in tennis. Right time to get an IP professional in. We are sitting at celebration of the World IP Organization's founding day, maybe a week sooner than we should have been, but today is special about IP. I want to talk to you about equipment, Shubhrojit, somebody who's researched, somebody who's an academic now, somebody who's fought cases as well. Talk to us about this intersection between sport and technology and how intellectual property protects some of this technology.
Well, Mr. Rajan, so, and as Somsar also has mentioned here, with sports has been developing and with this technology is also been evolving and the equipments are also getting changing. So, before coming to this part, I will start from the year of 1929. The first equipment which got patent was basketball. That was done by US. And the reason it was done was the balance of the ball, the top balance and the middle balance which was there, right? And then as per the games are evolving, with this the changings are happening day by day. Recently, if you guys remember, a swimsuit which came into the market by Speedo, they came out with that swimsuit and they made a changes in, there was a little bit innovation on that. The water will not get inside your body whenever you are a swimmer, right? And they got the patent on that. Now, as you mentioned, now why I am talking about this particular product? What happened with this particular product? No doubt they got the patent from Great Britain. So how we recognize that from which country this patent is coming on is basically through the numbers. Every item has a patent number, and in front we will get a code. If it's a US, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It means the patent got from US. If it's at GB, it means coming from Great Britain. If it's at WP, it means coming from World Intellectual Property Organization, right? So now what happened was, after they got it patented, of course, it went to FINA. And FINA found some technical changes in it, some technical question in it. So, and this is very because we're talking about the innovation and there was the technical things which coming on. So I'm coming to another point with this technicality, which we known as doping. So when we talk about doping, and mostly ma'am and sir, you will be also in the same page with me, people normally think about the traditional mode of doping, which your World Anti-Doping Agency talks about, which is your medicine or some supplements or substances you are taking on which makes you positive in your responses, right? But with this, as this evolving the technology is happening, with this we are getting another type of doping which we call technology mode of doping. So we as a lawyer, when we talk about doping, we say enhancing of performance. It's not medicine or something, it's just enhancing of performance. Now, this enhancing of performance can be done in 2 ways. Either a traditional way, either we can do it through a technology or either through a software. Because esports is soon to be planning to be in Olympic Games, and already we have e-football which is happening in the World Cup and all. Now, I'm not going there, it's a software mode of doping, and I'm really proud to say about this. Like, I'm the first person who have written a research paper on this. I came out the clause on this, like how we should work on software mode of doping, which you call e-doping. Right, so it's a different angle, I'm not going there. We are in today's technology side. So now what happened was, like, when it is not, the water is not getting inside your body, obviously swimming is that type of sports where each and every muscles vibrates. Right. And as each and every muscle getting vibrate and the water is not getting inside the body, you are getting advantage in the other players. It's a 10 to 20-second advantage you are getting. Now the problem which FINA has gone through, that you already got patent on this. And people have started using in this. And as people have started using it, we cannot stop them now. And as you got the patent. So they made a clause like, so you can use this for recreational purpose, for your practice, but not for competition. And this is not the first time it happened. Recently in Tokyo Olympic, we have seen players were using a particular shoe model from Nike, which was known as Vaporfly. And most of the guests are also aware of this particular shoe, Vaporfly. And it got patented due to one carbon fiber which was there inside the sole. And as you wear that shoe, you are getting 20-30-second advantage. And this is where, like, nowadays, as the the technology innovation happening in the sports, we have to be a little bit technical. Like technologist people, they come out with the clauses, they're making changes and all. But as a sports lawyer, our work is to look around what the problem is about, how we should stop this type of doping. Right, so this is where the today only me and one of my close friends is there, Raghu is here, he's from a technology side, we're discussing this itself only, like we come out with something and you guys then stop us. And then we give the clause like why we made people stop. You can't use this, or you can't use that, because whenever there's a mode of doping coming with the innovation, we need to stop it. But it's a modern world, so that's the reason we need to work, as a lawyer we need to work on it. And we have gone through this type of cases like where innovation has happened. And then we have to stop it because no, you can't use this because this is somewhere giving the advantage. So this is like, I know if I start, I will take 1 hour. I don't want to take you 1 hour here. So I just summarize every fact.
Thank you, Shubhro. Sudha, I'll come to you. We'll talk a little bit about recovery and rehab. Things have changed so much. I followed the career of Neeraj Chopra. He had a serious elbow problem, but he's come back and then he went on to win 2 Olympic medals and he's won 2 World Championship medals. Very few athletes who play such a physical sport have got such a illustrious collection of medals back home. But critical to his success was recovery from injury, from a serious injury. We've also seen Rishabh Pant, for example, come back from a life-threatening injury to play cricket at the highest level and then score all those runs in Test cricket. Talk to us about the changes that you've seen in recovery and rehab status. And I will warn the doctor here that I'm going to ask him about supplements. He knows I'm going to ask him about supplements, but I want, from the 2 athletes on stage, I want to know what kind of processes you followed back then.
Those days we hardly had any fitness as such. Maybe run 1 round around the ground and then keep bowling and batting or fielding, and that was basically fitness. We didn't have a fitness trainer or a physio. Even, when I played for India, when any of us got injured, the foreign teams would come with a physiotherapist, and we had to go to her for sort of treatment. And when I took over as coach in 2023, what I found was technique-wise, talent-wise, we were really on top. But what we lacked was fitness and strength. And we had a camp just for fitness. And we had a fitness trainer, we had a physiotherapist, we had a dietitian. And that was the first time, this was in 2003. That was the first time the team was introduced to, something like this. I didn't know, it was just, with the team, it was just a coach and a manager. And we had to double up for everything like that. And now, slowly, it's like, even recovery, it's like there were ice baths. I mean, we didn't think of it at all. We just do maybe a little warming up, or sometimes we just go back to the room. We'd be so tired and not. There was a time in Australia when we played a test match. We batted for 1.5 days, and then they came on to bat for, I think, half an hour, 45 minutes in the last session. All of us were so tired. We just got into the bus and we waited to just get back to the room. The Aussies had fielded for so long, they jogged back from the ground to the hotel and then jumped into the swimming pool. I mean, that bad our fitness level was like. But today, yeah, we've got a lot of innovative things, like you have your performance analyst, you have, video analyst for the game, but that's helping them a lot more. They have their workload management that they keep on their, I mean, we didn't even think of all those things, like, those days we used to just play and enjoy. But today, there's a lot of technology.
So what would you do? You had a long 3-hour match. You set out a lot. We talk about Rahul Dravid and VVS Lakshman and that famous partnership that they had in Calcutta back in the year 2001. We were told that both of them needed support after the match. They had to lie on bed and they got infusions in glucose so that they recover their energy. Talk to us about your own process, because if you're playing in a week-long tournament and you're expected to get back to the court fresh the next day, how did you do it in your time? And how do you think things have changed now?
I mean, I think a lot of it came down to just professionalism. Sudha, it was, intriguing listening to you saying we didn't have fitness trainers, and it makes total sense because when you talk to, I don't know, John McEnroe or Bjorn Borg in the 1980 Wimbledon final, all of us remember watching the final. Who were their coaches? They didn't have any, because at that time it wasn't a thing. So if you didn't have a coach, where were you going to have a fitness coach and where were you going to have a physio? So, the game just grew leaps and bounds. In the early 90s is the first time it changed in tennis, where Andre Agassi got a fitness coach by the name of Gil Reyes, who revolutionized fitness completely for tennis players and kind of laid the foundation for what modern day fitness is. And a lot of the stuff that he used is still used today. Now, again, just coming to recovery, before I tell you on how I recovered, I'd just like to point out one of the things that I found absolutely remarkable. In 1980, if somebody had a meniscus tear on their knee, your career was pretty much over. Recovery was 1 year to 18 months for a meniscus tear. In the year 2000, 20 years later, with a little bit of, technological innovations in medicine, if somebody had a meniscus tear in 2000, it was 6 months to 9 months was recovery. In the year 2022, 40 years later, Novak Djokovic tore his meniscus at the French Open. 4 weeks later, he went in immediately through the scope, got it fixed, cleaned up. 4 weeks later, he was in the finals of Wimbledon. 2 weeks after that, he won an Olympic gold medal. That could not have happened 40 years ago. So, it's just the degree at which sports science has advanced has really set, athletes, it's really given them a new life. And I'll come to myself, because I had shoulder surgery in 2012. After my most successful season, I was really feeling, like I was playing really good tennis. I was playing against the top guys at the top events and losing all the time, but still getting there nonetheless, I had a labrum tear, I had a clavicle resection, I had to have anchors on my shoulder to come back. I had my surgery in 2012, January. By 2013, I was 100%. But 6 months into surgery, I was still able to play. It took me 6 months to get back to 100%, but I was still able to do it. In contrast, just 10 years before that, the person who was around me, who was also top 100 in the world, who was now moved into coaching, had the exact same shoulder issue, and his career was finished. And I think I can safely say that I had a lot of tennis ahead of me after my shoulder surgery as well. So, from the rehab to the professionalism that goes into the training, the habits, the recovery, the ice baths, and all of the other things, it's just the advancements in sports science has, truly made 30s the new 20s.
I'm sure Shubhrojit will have noticed how the two athletes on stage have very carefully avoided mention of any brands, right? I would like you to come in here because again we are talking IP, the intersection of sport and law. I know there was one very famous case about supplements being made in the US. Somebody was trying to replicate it. It became a very serious issue. Can you talk to us through that, because you would have read enough and more about that?
So I know you are I have to take the name. I'm really sorry for this. So the case is about BPI Sports versus Saurav Gulati. So the BPI Sports versus Saurav Gulati, where BPI Sports is a brand who make most of these sports medicines, sports rehab medicines, then supplements and all. Right now, without their notice or without the prior confirmation or without them knowing anything, this man Saurav Gulati started to sell the product with their name, with their brand, and which was even not their brand itself. So it is basically you are using their trademark and you are supplying this to many sports people, many sports persons. Now just think with what will be the problem which will be coming there. I don't know how many of you have seen yesterday's WADA's report. The president of WADA has just mentioned one thing, that India is top in doping. Still now we are in #1 in doping, and the doping is coming from mostly from the supplements and the sports medicines. So basically what he is meant to say, there are certain people in the market who are just using the trademark, the logos and everything of the other product. And we as a layman, we does not look around all those products. We just go to the shop and we just see the brand and we just take it. And obviously, like many times we have seen many sports person who are coming from very humble background families. I would rather believe more than 70% sports people are India sports person are coming from very humble background families, and sometimes also they don't know which the substance which they are taking, or the supplement, rather I will not take substance, I will say supplements or the medicine which they are taking is actually or not from the brand or not, right? And obviously they will see there are changes coming in their body. And this is where our court intervened and they said, this is something very wrongfully done, and there has been a sanction imposed, has been done. But with this, of course, we are one of the growing industry in sport. The country is very largely going, we have an aim something in our front, which is 2036 Olympic. And just think other side, we have companies or the individual who are just caught using the trademark of the other company in the time of rehab also. The question comes whether they are helping for the rehab or they're making the suffer to the sports person. So this is one thing we need to really look around, because in India, we don't go mostly with tort laws. So if you look around, I was from the beginning of my career as a sports lawyer, I was working with one of the reputed English Premier League club, which came back after a long period of time in English Premier League, Nottingham Forest. And when we were going around to this, so we used to see how their throttle is working there. So we trademark, BPI, so it comes to another side, which is the trademark. With rehab is comes the trademark part, also the medicine with the trademark part, and with that comes the trot of passing off. Have you taken over permission before using this? And trot of passing off plays very vital role with the trademark. It's a misuse of a trademark. Like sir has already mentioned, just as sir, rather I will say ma'am and sir, we who born in the millenniums, we have seen them playing. And you know, like sitting with them in the same platform is a great honor for me. It's like a dream come true. Today I can say like, I was the first Indian to have a doctorate in this degree. I have some dream in my mind and which is coming here. And this platform is also helping me with giving the significance of this case to help our sir and ma'am also understand how other side of the trademark is also working on. Like sir is talking about the medicines, like the injury which has taken. Just think, sir has taken something he was not knowing. And suddenly we went for a DRO officer in front of you and you're getting a negative, like positive result on this. And you are saying, you know, this is the manufacturer, this is the item which is given to me, the medicine which is given to me from my doctor. But still now, you are being positive. But you are not in a position to do, like, to respond to that. Because you have seen the original, you have taken this original medicine, right? No doubt, if you are not sinner, why I'm taking the name of sinner, you also know this. So there's another side I will take this on. So even sinner has taken a medicine which was, yes, and then he came into a positive response, and then of course Cass, we believe Cass somewhere dicey in certain decisions. We are not going there because Maria Sharapova also was going to the same scenario, but her decision was something different. But yes, with rehab, sir and ma'am both have the practical experience. But just think at the other side of this. This is where we need to understand. This is where we need to highlight.
I don't know if I'm highlighting it, but I've seen an Instagram reel. I think everybody now looks at Instagram reels. We spend time doing that. We tell our kids not to do it, but we end up doing it ourselves. I've seen one reel where a supplement manufacturer in Meerut, the hub for sports equipment manufacturer in India. Punjab is strong, Meerut is stronger. So this guy is making supplements in his house. It's a cottage industry. He's making supplements in the house. He's overturning the container and printing there, made in USA. Right? So we need to be careful. One of the reasons why I asked about recovery is that, yes, we have laws to protect those brands, not just in the US, but also in India. And we need to enforce them very strictly. Very few people can move court and get solutions that they are looking for. But I'm sure as we become more aware about intellectual property laws and trademarks and patents, we will become a better sporting nation. We will take greater care. I come to a very important point, and I will wrap this round up. I don't want to delay things. Not very long ago, Mr. Sunil Gavaskar won a case in the Delhi High Court. I'm not sure if either of you has heard about it. It was very, very important intellectual property law case that Mr. Gavaskar moved court and said that please protect my rights. This is about his image. This is about his own rights as an individual. But long before that, Saurav Ganguly had won a case. Actually, it became a compromise. He was winning the case. I don't know how many of you are aware. Tata Tea, Saurav was employed by Tata Tea, and he'd become man of the series in Canada, in Toronto. And in somebody's wisdom, the marketing manager chose to put Saurav Ganguly's face on Tata Tea, and Saurav went to court against his employer. Luckily for Tata Tea and for Saurav, they could thrash an out-of-court settlement. Saurav was suing them for a very small sum of 20 lakhs back in 1997, right? But Mr. Gavaskar won this amazing case in 2025. I want to know from you, Sudha, have you ever considered protecting your own image rights, your name, your likeness, your voice? So I'm coming to you with a question on your music as well. In your time, maybe you were not aware of what you could protect, but today, KRIA is around to help you. I'm sure you will understand that your music rights you can protect. Justice spoke about filmmakers going to court, but Sudha, did you ever think of protecting your own image right, your name and your likeness?
Frankly, no, not at all. We never ever, we weren't a brand at that time. Today's cricket, I'll talk from women's cricket point of view. Like 2017 World Cup that we lost in the finals, I think that's when things improved for women's cricket, everything. I mean, I think they got more professional. Today, all the players have their managers and they are attached to some events management group, and none of us ever even thought of it. You won't believe, some time back, somebody wanted to come up with a documentary on us old players. We didn't even know how much we should ask for it because we didn't know what to ask, and that was the first time I came across intellectual property. Our playing days, we didn't even know anything. And we just accepted, what they were saying. And we were asking each other, how much do you think we should charge? Like, we didn't know about it. I mean, even for appearance fees, today, none of the present-day cricketers would go just like that. And their managers take care of it. For us, we had nothing of that sort, and I'm telling you, now it was so embarrassing because we really didn't know our worth and what to ask for. Like.
Thank you, Sudha. I'm sorry for having put you in that spot. Som, talk to us about your endorsements as a tennis player. If you had any, what kind of protection did you get back then? And now some of the changes, we'll get Shubhro to talk about the changes that have come about. But your own endorsement, Sudha was very candid. She said, we didn't, even recently, they didn't know how much to ask. What kind of protection? Not just about asking for an amount, but also signing away some of your rights. So what kind of protection did you get yourself?
I mean, I think this is a double-edged sword, Yes, did I have management, agency, agent, somebody helping out with the legal work? Yes, absolutely. And I think it's necessary, especially when we're going with contracts over rackets, apparel, footwear, whatever it may be. And what the company is able to use your images and stuff for, and what they're not allowed to use it for. But I think that was pretty standard, and I don't think that most players that were around my level, or even maybe slightly better, I don't think we generally had problems because, everything that was Babolat, now I'm saying brand names, everything that was Babolat was Rafael Nadal, everything that was Wilson was Roger Federer, and everything that was Head was Novak Djokovic. So everybody else who used Head, Wilson and Babolat never had a problem. Everything that was Lacoste was Andy Roddick. Everything that was Nike was Roger Federer. So, it became very top-heavy to a point where for all of us it was standard contracts. I think it was, everybody across the board had pretty much the same contract with all of these incentives. If you did well, you made more. If you perform, it was all performance-based incentives. Where it got tricky was, my good friend Sania, where Sania wouldn't have the same contract as the Adidas International because her net worth in India or the eyeballs that she had in India would be completely different. So again, not something that I personally faced, but I did see it in fairly close quarters. Now, the reason I say it's a double-edged sword is because on one hand, I feel like, there are athletes that really need the guidance, they really need the support, and for what? Mainly to have, to be mentally free so that they can just go out there and perform and do nothing else. Because ultimately that's what you want. You want an athlete that's not thinking of, where's my contract, who's my meeting after the game. You want all of that stuff organized so that you can just kind of go out there and perform. So that's one angle of it. The other angle of it is, unfortunately, a lot of athletes are unaware at a young age what is the right contract to sign and what is the wrong contract to sign. And they sign away a lot of things that they don't know that they're getting into, maybe not before the age of 18, but even a 20-year-old. How can a 20-year-old possibly know what their future holds, what their net worth will be? PV Sindhu before the Olympics, what was her net worth? PV Sindhu after the Olympics, what was her charge for an endorsement, right? And if you're stuck in bad contracts, I mean, that is, you know, I don't think I've come up with a solution over here. I've come up with more of a problem. But it is something that I've seen time and time again. And whenever you see young athletes break through, especially in our country, you do have that question that you're asking yourself, you know, am I signing the right thing to protect myself, but also to make sure that I'm maximizing my potential for endorsements? And I guess finding that fine line is some fine line will give you the answer.
Beautiful, Som, very candid and very honest in what you shared. I truly appreciate that. But I think it's important for all of us to know that some 35 years after he stopped playing cricket, Mr. Gavaskar is still very particular about his own image, name and likeness rights. Talk to us, Shubhrajit, about what Mr. Gavaskar has achieved, not just for himself, but for the entire sporting community.
Well, Mr. Gavaskar has given us an open eye on this, that there is something known as celebrity personal right, commercial and personal right. And with this, I will come with a theory, right? I will be not using that much of sections or something like that. I mean, just coming to a theory. There is known as one thing, Locke-An theory, where it says each and every individual has a right on his or on her body, right? It's their own property. So even if you're asking, now coming to the image right part, if you are using his image, whether Saurav Ganguly was an employee of Tata, but without permission of him, you cannot use his images, right? Because you are doing business on it. Some of the pictures, like this is the case of cricket talk we are talking around here, like for making yourself profit, just you are using an image of a sportsperson, a well-renowned sportsperson, and then you are just without even the person doesn't know that. So this is where we need to understand the rights of the person. And with taking this into a reference, I will take another side of it with the panel permission here. So there is another case, if you remember, as Sir has mentioned about the management part. So this is make me connect with another dot, which is there is a football player who is now in AS Roma, Paulo Dybala from Argentina. I am 100% sure most of the people does not know this. Once his transfer hasn't happened to Tottenham from Juventus, the reason was the personal right, the image right. Because, sir, as you have mentioned, when he played for the team for Juventus, he was below 17. And football has a beautiful rule that until you reach the age of 21, you will not consider as a professional player. Right? And what happened was, his image right was with third party. And that was his agent. And now, when he left his agent, but he forgot to work on his contract, what is about the image right, which comes under the personal right itself only. Image right, your body's full image right is with him. Now, he want to do the business. Here, Sir Sunil Gavaskar has knowledge on this, and he has came out with this. But think about the part which Sir has also mentioned. And not only that, athletes also need to understand one thing. Really sorry, sir, I am making you highlight here. Sir has a wonderful tattoo in his hand. Do sir know that even tattoos has an image rights? It's a wonderful case. I'm coming here only, like with Sunil Gavaskar we are moving to another dimension. There is a company, 2K, if you guys, the audience know it, like if you play NBA or if you play the online WWE, 2K is the company, right? And there is a wrestler, WWE wrestler, I don't know how many of you consider them as a wrestler, Randy Orton. So Randy Orton has more than 100 tattoos in his body, and that all are created by his tattoo artist. And now what happened when 2K used his image, his tattoo artist came into spot and said, these all are my creation. No doubt you have the image right, but this tattoo design are created by me. I have the right on how you came here, how you use that without my permission. So next time, sir, if you comes on, make the tattoo, please make it clear, that whether you will give the tattoo artist, your image right, or the tattoo artist should have the right or not. You don't know, tomorrow you will be in some game and then suddenly he or she drop in and say, I have the power on this, this is my creation, this is my right. Then also a sports person can get into trouble. Sir Sunil Gavaskar's case was something very different way in image, right? But this is another side. Thank you.
Thank you. From tennis court to the court of law, and the lawyers connecting them both. Thank you so much. You have been a wonderful panel, great insights. Thank you particularly to you for helping us understand the intersection between athletes and law. Very important that Indian athletes, 70% of whom are undereducated, if not uneducated, get the right kind of support at the right time. Hopefully, conferences like this will kickstart a movement where young athletes get the support that they truly deserve and don't sign off their rights for a pittance. Thank you so much for being this. Barat and company, Jacob sir, thank you for having all of us here on stage today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you to our moderator and the esteemed panelists for such an engaging and insightful discussion. As we conclude our first panel discussion, I now have the pleasure to invite Ms. Komal Kaul, partner, KRIA Law, to facilitate the dignitaries on the dais.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Komal and I'm a partner at KRIA Law. What we have heard today is how dramatically sport has evolved. From shared kits and wooden rackets to all sweet spot bats and high performance gear, and from almost no focus on recovery to it becoming central to performance. It has been an absolute privilege to listen to such an accomplished and distinguished panel. Thank you for sharing your insights so generously with us. My sincere thanks to our moderator, Mr. Raja Raman Ji, for making the discussions so engaging and lively, and our wonderful speakers, Ms. Sudha Shah, Mr. Somdev Varman, and Dr. Suprajit Chanda for such an insightful session.
Classical dance and performing arts, bringing together artists, scholars, and audiences across the world. It serves as a vibrant space for showcasing talent, documenting artistic journey, and promoting meaningful engagement with India's rich cultural heritage. Founded and led by Ms. Anita Ratnam, an acclaimed classical dancer and a cultural entrepreneur, the platform reflects her vision of preserving tradition while embracing contemporary expression. We sincerely thank Nartaki and Ms. Anita Ratnam for their valued support and association for this event.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the second segment of today's event. For those who are joining us now, welcome. And for those who have graciously been with us the entire day, welcome back. After an insightful first panel discussion, we move on to a segment that promises energy, excitement, and a healthy dose of competition. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to our sports quiz session to be conducted by the renowned quiz master, Mr. Venkatesh Srinivasan. Mr. Venkatesh is an alumnus of IIM Bangalore with a decade of corporate experiences across organizations such as PepsiCo and Tenvic. Mr. Venkatesh is widely respected for his engaging quiz formats, having collaborated with shows such as Kaun Banega Crorepati with his sharp wit and deep knowledge across the world of sports and current affairs. We are delighted to have him lead this special segment with us today and are looking forward to having a mini Kaun Banega Kriya sports quiz. So get ready to test your sporting instincts, challenge your memory, and most importantly, have fun. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Venkatesh Srinivas to take the floor.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Yeah, nice to see everybody here. This is a hall filled with sports fans and people who are extremely passionate about sport. So what better than to run a sports quiz over here? Can we have someone move these chairs away a little bit so that people can see the entire screen? So this is how we're going to play the quiz, right? So all of you take out your mobile phones and scan this QR code that's on screen. We're going to play the quiz of a software called Kahoot. And scanning this will take you straight there and it will ask you to enter a nickname. If you enter funny nicknames like James Bond, or you want to pay tribute to your favorite sports person and say Sachin Tendulkar, then that's great. But if you win, then we cannot identify you and give you a prize, right? So enter your actual names and join the quiz. There you go. We can see a whole bunch of people joining in. And we're going to play the entire quiz on Kahoot. So you just need to look at your phones and look up at the screen sometimes. So don't be shy, everybody can play the quiz, it's not restricted for anyone, and this includes the Kriya team as well. They don't know the questions either, so you're welcome to play as well, guys. So please join in, yeah. More the merrier. But before we get on with the Kahoot quiz, firstly, let's hear it one more time for that fabulous panel. I think Mr. Rajaraman is such a great moderator, and when we met up at the pre-event dinner yesterday, he has asked me to ask one quiz question from his side, and we have a very special prize for that, a fabulous book called What You're Made For, Powerful Lessons from a Life in Sports, which is George Raveling, a remarkable person who was a basketball coach, Michael Jordan's mentor, a director of sports at Nike, and so on. So I'm going to ask that question first before we get into the Kahoot, right? So it's a nice place to ask this question as well because it's about something iconic in India. So there was our media partners today, as you might have seen, a sports star, right? From the Hindu. The predecessor of the sports star was a magazine called Sport and Pastime. Now, the Sport and Pastime was set up and run by a very venerable journalist, Mr. S.K. Gurunathan. In 1962, right, he proposed something, and he proposed it in the world of cricket. He proposed something in 1962, which was so visionary and way ahead of its time. Whatever he proposed actually got implemented in the cricket world 57 years later, in 2019. So what is it that he proposed? That's the question. What did he propose in 1962? Anybody take a guess? Whoever answers it right gets this book. If nobody answers it, the book is mine. So, yes, Colonel Shankar. Not pink ball. Nice guess. Yes. Nice guess again, not concussion substitute. Yes? Not day-night tests. Anyone else want to try? Not one-day cricket. Round robin. Okay, what round robin? Round robin format of? League in what? World Test Championship. That's the correct answer. So as far back as 1962, he proposed that all the test playing countries in the world should play against each other and compete for a World Test Championship. And it's taken 57 years for that to come to fruition. Colonel Shankar Vembu, please come and take a prize for this. Mr. Rajaraman, if you can please come and hand over the prize to him as well. They are two good friends anyway, so they don't need to be introduced to each other. Yeah, he got it right and he won. So, yeah. Sure. All right. Has everybody who want to play the quiz, have you joined the Kahoot? Okay, great. Let's get started then. Okay, so this is our sports quiz brought to you in this lovely Kriya Law Forum. So by the way, I run a firm called Nexus. We are based in Bangalore. I converted my passion for quizzing into a business and set it up about 12 years back, coming out of mainstream corporate. We do several interesting things. We use quizzes, any form of knowledge, puzzles, and such tools to create engagement branding. We do some of the largest quizzes in the country. We're also the team that does all the questions for Kaun Banega Crorepati, Wheel of Fortune, shows like that. We have our headquarters is in Bangalore. We have a small home office in Bombay. But today is a very, very special day for us as well. And it's a privilege to be standing here and doing this. Because just earlier this morning, we inaugurated our office in Chennai. So we are now officially in Chennai. So it's a great day for us to be here and for us to do this quiz for you. All right. So play fair, of course, needless to say. So there will be 25 questions. You please don't shout any answers out. Enter it on the phones on that Kahoot screen. Most of it will be multiple choice, so you just need to pick one. In some cases, you'll have to type in a word or two, right? We'll show you some examples. So examples coming up, first one. So we'll first always show you the question and then, you can type out the answer. So this question is, which cricketer's name has been invoked by numerous memes as the reason for number of days in a week, number of colors in a rainbow, etc., etc. Whenever these kind of memes do the rounds, there is one cricketer's name which they put there, which cricketer. Okay? So type in your answer. You can just type in the surname, that will do, of the person. Right? So on your Kahoot screens, please start typing in the answer. Don't worry about spelling mistakes. We'll adjust it and give you points if your answer is correct. I mean, this question kind of takes off where our panel left off, talking about iconic numbers, jersey numbers, and so on. And of course, it's MS Dhoni, definitely because of the number 7. Just do a review answers. If there's any close answer, yeah, there you go. We can give that. We'll give points for Tala as well, because we know who you're talking about. And we'll give points for MSD as well. Okay? So this is how it will work on the type-in questions. This one has no points because it is just a example. Here's a multiple choice question example. The official supporters club of which national football team shares its name with the nickname of this club? The country in question made history at the 2002 World Cup, finishing 4th in the tournament. They had co-hosted the 2002 World Cup with Japan. So which country? Right? So that's the question. And here are your options. So which country effectively co-hosted the 2002 World Cup? North Korea, South Korea, Mongolia, China. Just pick one of them. So in today's sports quiz, we've tried to cover a wide range of sports, and there are 4 or 5 questions on sports IP as well. So hopefully those should be interesting. And we have a couple of nice dedications as well. You'll find out as we go along. Nice. Most of you got it right. It's, of course, South Korea. They're called Red Devils, which is the same as the Manchester United team. Okay. Everyone ready? All the best. First question. It's a video question. Okay? So, let's show the question first. Yeah. Anushka Chand, an influencer, posted a dance video on her Instagram handle with many sequential moves like you'll see in the video. Whose victory from December 2024 inspired this dance? And let's see the video. Yeah, look at the clothes that they're wearing. Whose victory from December 2024 inspired this dance? Okay, let's go to the Kahoot screen, please. And here come 4 options for you. Pick the right one. No need to look at this screen. Everything's on your phone, so look at the phone. So that beautiful dance video was inspired by whose victory? Like an appropriate kind of question to start. And the correct answer is D. Gukesh, who of course became world champion. So you could see one black, one white, so that was like a chess thing. That's Gukesh. Okay, next. Okay, next question. Babolat presented a special kit bag to Rafael Nadal. We just heard Som talk about Nadal and his rackets and so on. The bag featured different images representing the locations where he won his various titles. Which landmark or structure could you see next to the number 14? Okay, here's a picture. There you go. So you have a kind of kangaroo there and you have other things there, but next to the number 14, what structure was blanked out? Let's see the options. So if you know what the number 14 stands for, you should be able to easily get this. So what was blanked out next to the number 14? Nice, we have almost 60 people playing, and the correct answer is the Eiffel Tower, of course, because he won 14 French Opens famously, and therefore the Eiffel Tower. Well done. 35 of you got that right. Let's go. As per popular legend, the game or sport of Kho-Kho's origins can be traced to a structure from Hindu mythology with various maneuvers used in the sport deriving from attempts to successfully navigate and escape from this structure. What structure are we talking about? So, or where does Kho-Kho come from? Okay, here we go. If you don't know, just take a guess. You have Maya Sabha, you have Hastinapur Palace, you have Lakshagriha, and you have Chakravyu. Right, okay, tricky one, but 30 of you got it right. It is the Chakravyu. So apparently Kho-Kho, some people say, derives from how warriors in the ancient days would kind of go into the Chakravyu and come out. Okay, here comes question number 4. After winning the ICC Women's Cricket World Cup 2025, Captain Harmanpreet Kaur invoked a number of past legends to honor their legacy. They included Julandi and Mitali Di and Diana Adilji ma'am and Shubhangi Kulkarni ma'am. Another person she thanked represented Tamil Nadu, played in India's first ever women's test match and was Harmanpreet Kaur's coach when she debuted. Who was this person that Harmanpreet thanked? And you have to type in your answer, just the surname is fine. We've given you the number of letters in her first name and second name as well, but you can just type in just the surname, that will also do. Okay, not too many answers coming in for this one, surprisingly. People aren't. What's the answer? Sudha Shah, of course! The wonderful Miss Sudha Shah, who's right here. Absolutely. Please give points for people who've written all the others. Next line. Yeah. Okay. No idea. Deepti Sharma. Okay. Your timelines are fully wrong. Virat Kohli. Always the right answer usually, but not in this case. Shanta Rangaswamy ma'am. Okay. Very good. No. Not for that. Okay. We'll give that. Give that. It's fine. We'll assume it's a typo. Give it. Okay. One more round of applause for remarkable Sudha Shah ma'am, who's here, pioneer of cricket in India. Right, next. Vatsa's in the lead, very good. Okay, next. Abdul, this is also a type-in question. This is very interesting. Abdul Ghafoor was a footballing great from the locality of Liari, which has now become famous because of Durandar. He was given an alliterative nickname, which means he was given a two-word nickname. Both words started with the same letter, because of his strong resemblance to another footballer. What was he called? Okay, the first word is his nationality. The second word is the name of the footballer he resembles. Let's see an image. It's a super useful image. There you go. That person on the left shaking hands with the gentleman on the right. That person on the left is Abdul Ghafoor. What was his nickname? Next, please. So type in your answer. It's a 9,4 answer. So both your words have to start with the same letter. Remember that. Take a guess. Even if you don't know anything, this quiz is all about you making guesses and some of it coming right. And the answer is? Excellent. Pakistani Pele is absolutely correct. Pakistani Pele is what he was called. Pakistani Pele. Okay. Just Pele. Portugal Pele. No. Pakistan Maradona. All right. No. Pakistan Pele is correct. Okay. 5 down. Let's see after 5 questions who's in the lead. Okay, Vatsa is still in the lead. Komal's come right up there into second place. Shankar, Arjun and Siddhant. Okay, great. Let's go. Question number 6. Khel Ratna awardee Sharat Kamal, our very own local Chennai champion, is of course an ace table tennis player. One of his important achievements was going to Germany to join the Tisch Tennis Blank. The Blank is the name of the highest league in table tennis in Germany. It's also the name of the highest league in Germany for another more popular sport. So what is this league called? Here are your options. So he went and competed in this. What is this table tennis league called? It's called Tisch Tennis Blank. If you don't know anything, again, make a guess. But if you follow some sports, you should be able to get it. Bundesliga is the correct answer, of course. The football Bundesliga and table tennis is also called Bundesliga. So well done. Most of you got this right. Question 7. The PPL, lots of leagues going around after IPL. You'll see that another panelist we have on the next panel actually owns a team in the Maharashtra Premier League, but this is not that. This is PPL, Pro Blank League, started in 2023 and consists of several rounds of a bout played on such specially made tables. The most appropriately named team in this league is Mumbai Muscle, who are hoping that they're strong enough to win. What sport is played in the PPL, Pro-League? Here is how this is the table on which they contest. Okay? So what is played in PPL? Here are your options. Sport, if you want to loosely call it that, poker, paddle, pong, or arm wrestling. Okay. Barat saying everybody will get this. Let's see. Correct answer is arm wrestling. There you go. See, 18 people didn't get it even then. So the PPL is actually Pro Panja League, right? So it's arm wrestling. Okay. Question 8. Back to cricket. Thanks to Sanju Samson's heroic 97 not out against West Indies at Eden Gardens, India qualified for the semis of the 2026 T20 World Cup. During the post-match presentation, Ian Bishop remembered somebody's name and asked him to present Samson with the Player of the Match award. This person who was presenting the award had performed similar heroics like Samson at Eden Gardens some years ago. Okay? The clue is what's in italics. Ian Bishop remembered somebody's name. So, who did he call? Here are your options. So, who did he call to give the award? VVS Lakshman, Darren Sammy, Carlos Brathwaite, or Mohammad Azharuddin? Who did he call? What's the answer? Carlos Brathwaite. That's correct. Carlos Brathwaite. Bishop was on commentary and memorably said, remember the name, when in 2016 Carlos Brathwaite hit 4 sixes of Ben Stokes to win West Indies the T20 World Cup. So it's Carlos Brathwaite. Good. Lots of people fell for the trap and went for VVS Lakshman. Okay. The other man, this is a lovely question. It's my favorite question of the quiz, so I hope you all pay attention to it as well. The Other Man in Blue by Tathagat Prakash and Navgat Prakash seeks to shed some light on a national team which, despite being considered the best in the world, remains unsung and unseen. On the following slides, you will see a few frames from the film. What specific sport does this team play? It's the Indian national team for what? Okay? Is there a video? Okay, just show the images, please. Yeah, the Indian dash team has won the World Cup 4 times. 2012, 2014, 2016, 2018. This was a little older video. They have won after that as well, more recently. Okay? And next. Rambir Singh All-Rounder Team India is what it says. Okay? So what sport does this team represent India in? Let's go. Yeah, type in your answer, 2 words. And there are some little wordplay clues hidden all over the question, so if you read it carefully, I mean, you might be able to once again use that and get to the answer. Right? The Other Men in Blue. This is, what's the correct answer? Blind cricket. That is absolutely correct. This is the Indian blind cricket team who have been world champions for many years in a row. Yeah, that's correct. Blind cricket. PWD cricket. Okay? For persons with disabilities cricket. Okay, like that. No, sorry, it's called specifically blind cricket. There's wheelchair cricket as well, which has a league right now. Okay. Question 10. Just blind, no. We need 2 words. What sport does the team play? It's blind cricket. Okay? Nice, trying to negotiate with the quizmaster. Very good. Okay, simple, straightforward question. Which sporting icon is the founder of this company? Okay? Type in your answer. Which sporting icon is the founder of this company? 10XU. This is probably the easiest question of the quiz. 10 more seconds. Take a guess. I mean, it's look at the name, take the most obvious guess. Answer is Sachin. Sachin, correct. Sachin Tendulkar, absolutely right. Not Virat Kohli, as a lot of people went for. Not Anil Kumble, not Mahesh Bhupati. Paul, Robin Uthappa. Oh, nice, very good. 10 questions down. Let's see who's leading. Vatsa still leading, Shankar in second place. Oh, Tia's moved up into the leaderboard. Okay, well done, well done. Rajaraman sir's like playing from the front foot over there. Okay, what nickname has Grandmaster Divya Deshmukh been given due to a formal sense of style? You can see how she's dressed over there. And ability to lead the Indian women's chess contingent. Here are your options. Let's go quickly. What nickname has Grandmaster Divya Deshmukh been given? Is she called manager, queen, MD or CEO? Few seconds left. Take a guess if you don't know. She is called CEO. She's called CEO. Only 13 of you got it right. Okay. She's called CEO. All right. Next. Here we come to an intellectual property question. In recent years, indigenous intellectual property experts in a certain country have criticized this French-American running shoe brand for failing to acknowledge the roots of its name. The name of the company on the brand, as well as the names of some products like Arahi and Hopara, is a word which means to fly in a particular language. Which indigenous language? Here are your options. This is the Hoka, this is the brand called Hoka. So, I mean, they're not saying it's illegal, but they've wrapped them on the knuckles and said you should at least acknowledge that your brand name comes from an indigenous word, right? So, what indigenous language? Maori, Quechua, Nahuatl or Navajo? So this is all happening in the Australia, New Zealand area, and Maori is absolutely right. Yeah, this is the Maori word. So lots of sensitivity around not acknowledging indigenous Maori language. Okay, next. During the annual Republic Day parade, each state and union territory represents its own culture using a setup called a tableau. In 2024, Ladakh's tableau featured women playing a particular sport. That same year, as temperatures dropped to minus 19 degrees, a man named Tundup Namgyal went to set up the Nawang Dorje Stopdan Stadium in Leh. Which sport did they showcase? Which sport was featured on the tableau? Okay, was it curling, was it ice hockey, was it skiing, or was it figure skating? The Nawang Dorje Stopdan Stadium in Leh is India's first stadium for the sport of ice hockey. Well done, 32 of you got it right. It is ice hockey. So they showcased ice hockey. India has been making rapid strides in ice hockey actually, powered by what's happening in Leh Ladakh. Okay, 14. Okay, there we go. We are back to Delhi High Court and rulings. In 2025, the Delhi High Court ruled in favor of a neobank or money management service which was trying to apply for a trademark on its two-letter name, Blank Money. It was being obstructed by a global sporting giant which was pressing the brakes on the bank's claims by claiming a conflict with its own short trademark. So this global sporting organization said this neobank's short name is infringing on our globally well-known trademark. I'm told that the Delhi High Court kicked the case out and said nothing doing. So give either of the two short names. You can either name the global sporting organization or you can name the neobank. And there's an so this is how the app used to look. So it's one of those new age finance apps which helps you manage your portfolio, your wealth, and things like that. This is a random screenshot, doesn't represent my or Bharat's numbers over here. Bharat's numbers will have a couple of zeros after it, as you all might know. Okay. Right, let's go. Type in your answer. Give either of the two short names they were trying to trademark. Just a very, very short Is this a matter that you all handled? No. Okay. And the answer? F1, yes. Fi money or F1. So Fi or F1, either is okay. Yeah, Fi is fine on the second line. Yeah, that one. Yeah, that's all right. And then, yeah, that's all right. Fi money, that one's fine. Puma, safe, cred money. Yeah, F1 and Fi, perfect answer. FAT, NFL, no, not FIFA. NB, Blackburn, no. Very good. Tough question. Only 8 people got it right. Well done. This Fi money or F1. Okay. Quickly, 15. In 2025, an American league decided to recreate some of the most iconic moments from their sport through photos of everyday life in India. So they created this campaign called the Great Indian Dash. The blank is a term from the sport. It's a move in the sport. Okay? You will see which league it is. Just fill in the blank with a 4-letter word. That's all. So you can see finding 8 in a billion. So it's an NBA campaign in India. What are the boys going to do? That same word roughly is a move in NBA. Okay? So 4 letters. There's one more beautiful picture. So finding 23. We heard about the 23 in the previous panel. Finding 23. So, yeah, let's go. So just type in your answer. 4-letter word, one word. It's a move in NBA. And it roughly also says what these guys are doing. How are we doing on time? Okay, 5:15. I think in the next 10 minutes we should be done and we should be able to start our next panel. All right. Last 2 seconds and the correct answer is dunk. Yes, absolutely. Dunk, as in slam dunk. So dunk. If you've written slam dunk also, it's okay. You can give the points. Yoga, Major League Baseball, slam, tough luck, not slam, dive, jump, dunk. Okay, 15 done. Leaderboard. Colonel Shankar is in the lead. Raghu is in second place. K in third place. Tia in fourth place. Okay, very good. Komal 4 in a row. All right. Next. Organizers don't get any prizes. In 2024, a brand founded in Florida and named after certain predators found off its coast launched the Turf Finder. This was their way to draw attention to the fact that children in cities are running out of places to play in. So they earmarked all public playing spaces in each city in India and put it on a map. Which brand is this? Here is the video.
Study traffic patterns of every street, every lane, city by city. Analyzing years of Google Maps data to pinpoint the exact time and space. The city opened up for play.
Yeah, that visual is a good clue to which brand it is. Here are your options. Monster, Tropicana, Gatorade or Red Bull? There's a nice clue in the first line. The brand is named after certain predators. Gatorade is right. Florida is famous for alligators. And so Gatorade. Okay. 17. Which Olympian's life is the subject of the Meitei language play Mai Iklaba Thamoy? Okay, here are your options. This is a bigger image. That's a play. Which Olympian's life is the subject of this play? Saikom Mirabai Chanu, MC Marycom, Deepa Karmakar, or Lovelina Burgohain? Right, and the correct answer is Mirabai Chanu, of course, the champion weightlifter from Manipur, Mirabai Chanu, absolutely right. Well done, most of you getting that. Englishman Luke Littler is a professional darts player and the youngest world champion in darts history. Darts is now a big sport. His many explosive performances have led to the nickname Luke the Dash, as represented in this cartoon. He's already trademarked this nickname in the US and is in the process of trademarking his face as well, which is why this question is here in this quiz. What is the blank? He's called Luke the Dash what? So this is a kind of image that kind of reinforces his nickname, Luke the Dash. Here we go. What is his nickname? He's trademarked the nickname and trademarked his face. Luke the Duke, Luke the Fluke, Luke the Boom, Luke the Nuke. Take a guess. If you don't know, the correct answer is Luke the Nuke. Very good. Most of you getting it right. There was a radiation symbol over there for you to work it out. Luke the Nuke. 19. In this scene from a biopic, who plays the spectator taking this catch? You don't have to name the film. Who plays the spectator taking the catch? Let's play the video.
Gentlemen, what's the already called?
Who is that taking the catch? Okay. Type in your answer. Who plays a cameo role as a spectator taking that catch? You know what the movie is. It's obviously a very famous movie. But who is the person taking the catch? Take a very logical guess. Who could it be? Even if you've not seen the movie, which is unlikely, but if you haven't seen the movie, you can still guess an answer for this easily. And the correct answer is Kapil Dev. Absolutely. Kapil Dev himself plays that role. Ranveer Singh is, of course, playing the character of Kapil Dev, but that Kapil himself playing that. Kapil is fine. Deepika. Oh, maaf kar to nahi pata. Gavaskar, Sachin, Naziruddin, Sardaji, Jeeva, Mohindra Amarnath, Yashpal Sharma. Okay, first Indian captain. Very good. 20 of you getting Kapil Dev correct. Question number 20 coming up. What is this kind of formation in football called because of its shape? It reminded people of an object that you usually see every year towards the end of the year. So in December, these objects become popular. 2-word name, 9 letters and 4 letters. Let's go. Type in your answer. 9 letters and 4 letters. It's an object that you usually find and that becomes popular in December every year. Correct. Logical, just work it out. You'll be able to get to the answer. That's it, 5 more. We'll be done in the next 2 minutes. And the answer is Christmas tree. That's correct. It's called a Christmas tree. If you've written Xmas tree, that's okay. Review the answers. Review answers, please. I don't think you can review now. Okay, it's all right. Doesn't matter. Move on. What happened? Yeah. Yes. Okay. Colonel Shankar still in the lead, but several new people on the leaderboard. Tia still going strong, staying in top 5. Come on, well done. Okay, last 5. Quickly. We'll finish it off in the next minute. On 14 December 2000, a paper napkin provided by a waiter became the base for perhaps the most famous contract ever signed in sports. An executive named Carl Rexach signed the contract, taking on responsibility for a then 12-year-old. Who was the 12-year-old child who signed this contract on a paper napkin in a restaurant? It's probably the most famous contract in the world. Okay, you can't make out anything, except I will tell you one thing that is there which might help you get to the answer. If you read carefully, the third line at the end says FCB. Okay, it says FCB. Right, let's go. Simple one. We are anyway giving you options for this, so should not be very difficult. Novak Djokovic, LeBron James, Sebastian Vettel, Lionel Messi. Signed on a napkin, most famous sports contract in the world. Perhaps. Easy one. Lionel Messi is absolutely right. This is Barca, famously has an academy which grooms youngsters, and they signed on Messi when he was 12 years old. Okay. Legends League Cricket is a cricket league consists of recently retired international players. This team's, the Surya's Odisha team's new logo is inspired by which monument? Okay. So you can see the name as well and tell us which monument. Here are your options. A little, general flavor in a sports quiz. Which monument, famous monument, is this logo inspired by? Should be fairly straightforward. Take your guesses. We have 5 seconds to go. Perfectly right. Konark Sun Temple is correct. Well done. Most of you got this correct. So we'll move it on. In 2024, again back to the Delhi High Court, the Delhi High Court finally closed the books on a 2-decade-old case when it ruled that the logo used by a Singapore-based company called Crocodile International infringes upon the copyright of a brand founded in 1933 by a tennis legend. Which brand won the case? Very easy. Which brand won the case? Okay, let's go. Multiple choice. There you go. That's Crocodile's logo. And this case apparently went on and on and on and on and on before it was finally settled. Which brand won the case? I'm very scared to ask Barat if in the unfortunate one-off chance they were representing the other party. So, but Lacoste is of course correct. Well done. René Lacoste. Okay, last 2 questions of our Kriya Law Sports IP quiz. In 2018, Kerala-based jewelry brand the Bobby Chemanur Group signed an unusual brand ambassador. Bobby Chemanur, a huge fan, said that he would honor the man by building a life-sized gold sculpture celebrating this person's most famous or infamous moment, with him leaping high into the air with his hand hitting an object. Who was this brand ambassador? Here is a picture which should help you. There you go. Bobby Chemanur, international jewelers, believe in God, invest in gold. This is the person whom they hired. Who is this? And they wanted to build a statue of him jumping in the air and punching a ball. Yeah, that is some tattoo. I don't think he has protected that, as we heard in the last discussion, but that is a tattoo. Okay, should be an easy one. Absolute, this person whose face we blanked out is an absolute legend. Unfortunately not alive anymore. Who's it? Diego Maradona. Absolutely right. It is Diego Maradona. Well done. All of you get it right. Sachin, Rajnikant. Oh, Niraj, Sunil Chetri, Bobby. Okay, Diego Maradona, give that. Great Khali, Mammootty, Diego is fine. Chemanur, Srishant, Bhima, Mona. Very good. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, last question coming up. This Arjuna awardee has been obsessed with music since he was a child and once spent a memorable evening in Paris watching Eric Clapton to recover from a loss. In 2025, he released his own album named Infinite. Who is this person? Again, you can just write down his surname. He's been obsessed with music since he was a child. After a loss in Paris, he went and listened to an Eric Clapton concert and that kind of really moved him apparently. And he released his own album named Infinite. Who is this Arjuna awardee and versatile personality? And the correct answer, ladies and gentlemen, is Somdev Dev Varman. Absolutely. Our other esteemed guest for today, Somdev Dev Varman, is the right answer. This is indeed Somdev. Well done to all of you who got it right or worked it out. Yeah, Som is fine. You can give it. Yeah, that's been given. Somdev on the previous line is fine. Yeah, we'll give it. Yeah, last line, that one. Okay, I think we are good with the rest. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, hope you enjoyed the quiz. Here are the podium finishers. Yogeshwaran in third place, please come up. We have prizes. Raghu in second place, and our winner for today is Shankar. Well done, Karan Shankar. Envy in fourth place and Arjun in fifth place. We have 5 prizes. Okay, great. Come on, you come on up, you can take your prizes. Let's start with fifth place, Arjun. Please come, take your prize. It's okay, organizers. Barat, why don't you come up and give out the prizes? Please come. It's okay. Organizers didn't have the questions beforehand, it's fine. In fifth place, Arjun. Yeah, that's how life works. Okay. In fourth place, we had Envy, whoever that was. Who's playing under Envy? Who's playing as Envy? Come. You'll have to come around that way.
There is a historian in the making. Come on, he's studying history. Neerja's son.
Come. Give him a big round of applause. Sixth, seventh, and eighth place. Okay.
Oh, lovely.
Okay. Okay, let's give these out first then. Can you show the full scoreboard, Vijay? Yeah. View full report. Yeah, just go to that session summary. Go on top right to view full report. Yeah. It's okay. Just say view report. It's fine. Let's go to, go to participants.
Technology and...
Go to participants, please. Yeah. All right. Yeah. So, places, we have a special prize which Mr. Rajaraman has given. 3 books for position 6, 7, and 8. Tia, please come up and take a prize. Raj, that's you guys only playing together, okay? And who's playing as K? Oh, that's right. Okay, only 1 book for you guys. Go back, please. Let's give it to the next person. Komal, please come, take a prize. And Vatsa, please come and take a prize. All right, and now for our podium finishers. In third place, Yogeshwaran. Yeah, please come up. Give him a big round of applause, guys. Come on. Background. Our runner-up for today is Raghu. And our winner today, he is one of the finest quizzers and quizmasters in the country, Colonel Shankar Vembu. I must also tell all of you, you should catch Colonel Shankar and talk to him if you find the time. He's also possibly India's greatest autograph collector. Okay, he has autographs for everyone, starting from Queen Elizabeth to Muhammad Ali to Smriti Mandana. So he has the whole range. So you should speak to him when you can.
My school senior.
There you go. All right. That concludes proceedings for the quiz, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Hope you enjoyed that. We're going to give it back to you guys. Yeah, go for it.
Thank you, Mr. Venkatesh, for a fantastic quiz session and for keeping all of us entertained on our toes. And of course, congratulations to our participants and winners. We have a small request to make before we go ahead. We request the owner of vehicle with registration number TN07 CW3049 to kindly move their vehicle at their earliest convenience, as it is causing a slight obstruction. So it's a blue colored Hyundai sedan model. I will repeat the number TN07 CW3049. Okay. We now take a brief pause for our next partner showcase featuring NewMed. Our partner NewMed Labs has been operating in Tamil Nadu since 2004. They are a top player in the category pathology labs in Kanchipuram and are a one-step destination for diagnostic needs. At a time when healthcare systems are rapidly evolving, organizations such as NewMed represents the kind of practical innovation that matters. Thank you, NewMed, for your collaboration. We now return to the core of this evening, that is ideas, leadership, enterprise, and the conversations shaping tomorrow. Our second panel on the theme Sports, Business, and IP, a chat with sportspreneurs, bring together accomplished voices from business, sports, and innovation, moderated by one of the finest minds on the stage today. Please remain seated as we welcome our distinguished panel. It is my privilege to invite back our moderator, Mr. Venkatesh Srinivasan, whose clarity, pace, and intellect need no further introduction. Joining him are our distinguished panelists. Please welcome Mr. Vishal Jason. Mr. Vishal, a stalwart in sports marketing, co-founder and director of Baseline Ventures, which is now a leader in sports, events, entertainment, and licensing. From their works, Baseline was appointed as Liverpool Football Club's exclusive intellectual property licensing agent for Indian subcontinent. Baseline also partnered with Chennai Super Kings to launch exclusive licensed material for Chennai Super Kings. One of his notable achievements has been building Baseline Ventures into a powerhouse sports business platform that represents top athletes such as Smriti Mandana and Abhinav Bindra. We now welcome Mr. Vasant Bhardwaj. Mr. Vasant represented Indian table tennis team at the World Table Tennis Championship in 1987. Mr. Vasant is co-founder of Tenvic, a venture imparting behavioral training programs based on sports for people development in corporate organizations. One of his notable achievements has been helping build Tenvic into a nationally recognized sports enterprise that has delivered formal coaching across 23 sports to more than 350,000 children, creating pathways for young athletes and strengthening India's future in sports. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Siddharth Raman, Chief Executive Officer of Sports Interactive, a leading sports data, content and technology company helping global teams, leagues and broadcasters. Mr. Siddharth has worked with brands including Royal Challengers Bangalore and Sahara Force India Formula One team. One of his notable achievements has been leading Sports Interactive expansion into a globally recognized sport tech powerhouse, serving over 250 clients worldwide and engaging more than 500 million fans through digital platforms and innovations. We are glad to welcome Dr. Shraddha Damble. Dr. Shraddha has an experience of more than a decade as an IP counsel at Jet Synthesis Pune. Being a registered patent agent and PhD holder in advertising and trademark, Dr. Shraddha focuses on intellectual property rights, including trademarks, copyright, patents, and music and entertainment industry. Her expertise encompasses artificial intelligence, asset management, and IP evaluation.
Check? Yeah, okay. Thank you to our lovely panel over here. I think really great panel to have, because representing various aspects and facets of the sports business today. So we have sports law, we have athlete management, we have technology, and we have grassroots sports. And today we're going to try and unpack in this panel, what is it, where is value today in sport? Where does it lie? How is it being recognized? How is it being monetized? How is it being exploited in some sense, right? I'm going to start, we'll go in a random order, but I want to start with you, Vasant. For those of you who don't know who, you heard Vasant's introduction. He's co-founder, head of TenWIC. TenWIC is a grassroots sports organization which has done phenomenal developmental work in taking sport to the grassroots level across schools in India. What was missed in the introduction is that Vasant also represented India in table tennis and was among the first, if not the first Indian to beat a Chinese player in table tennis, right? So Vasant is a perfect example of a sports person turned sportspreneur. So I will start with you, Vasant, and ask you about this whole concept of IP that we speak about in sport today, saying the individual is himself or herself an IP, the league is an IP, every bit of video content is IP and so on. I'm sure this must be, bringing a lot of amusement to you when you think back to your days on how this whole thing was defined and thought about. So please tell us about that.
First of all, Venki, thanks for the invitation. Thanks, Kriya, for having me here. And to the audience, I know you've had a long day, and thanks for your patience. I hope we'll be able to make it interesting for you today. Having said that, ever since I received this invitation, I've been dwelling over, what this all means from the background that I come from. So I said, let me try and explore two aspects to the little bit of experience I've had. One as an athlete, and of course as a sports entrepreneur, or somebody who's spent the last decade or so in sports education. So I'm going to try and explore some of those thoughts today in terms of, how an athlete will play a role here, and then what is really the end game as far as the sports industry in India is concerned. I recall that we participated in a study of the sporting ecosystem, and a report was published by Google and Deloitte in December of 2024, which put the size of the Indian sporting industry to grow to about $120 billion by 2030. And given that size and scale, which many of you will appreciate is possibly half of the size of the Indian IT industry today, are we really ready for being able to meet that kind of a demand? And if yes, how are we going to do this? And considering the fact that there is not even one single Indian sporting venture which is listed on the bourses. So how does all this pan out in terms of, where is this going? What is the end game? Do we take a leaf out of the more mature North American market and see whether there are lessons for us to learn from those, are some of those thoughts that I'd like to share with you once the introductions are done today.
Absolutely, absolutely. Great. Thanks for that context setting. Starting with you, Vishal, tell us a little bit about Baseline itself, what the story has been, how did you all come to do this, and where do you see the larger, broader sporting ecosystem in India today?
First of all, thank you, Kriya, thank you, Barat, thanks everyone for having me and the rest of the panelists here. To answer your question, Baseline operates in the commercial side of sports, so anything related to revenue generation as far as athlete management, partnerships, which then is further divided into sponsorships, licensing, then consulting. We have a digital production vertical called Baseline Studios. We co-own a league called the Prime Volleyball League, and within that league, we're co-owners of a team called Bengaluru Torpedoes, and we have a foundation called Baseline Foundation. So we're primarily in the commercial side of things.
Right, wonderful. So that's good context. So we're going to definitely come to you with some specific questions around all the athletes you manage, what have been the interesting stories that you've gone through in terms of protecting their rights. Siddharth, welcome. Siddharth's made the trip. Vishal and Vasant have come from, this panel is very interesting because there are two people from Bangalore, one from Pune and one from Bombay on the panel. So welcome, Siddharth. Tell us about how Sports Interactive is at the forefront of fan engagement, technology backbone for so many international and Indian IPL teams and international organizations, and how did this come about, and what is it that you all actually do?
Thanks, Venki. Good evening, everyone. SI has been in the business of sports fan engagement for about 24 years now. We've had the privilege of having a ringside view of seeing how fan engagement has evolved as internet penetration has improved and technological advancements have happened. So starting from working off a dial-up connection to provide match commentary on those early websites that in early 2002, 2003, to folks of a certain vintage who might have played ESPN Super Selector when it launched back in 2003. We've been a part of the sports fan revolution and fan engagement since those days to come to today. What you're seeing on Google AI mode during the IPL, we are powering some of the experiences for Google. If you follow any IPL team, there's a 70% chance that the team of your choice is working with SI for their fan engagement solutions, whether that is their data, whether that's their official website or app, or any kind of marketing campaigns that you see coming out of there. And then we also believe in building in India for the world. We work with large international organizations like Formula One, the IOC, UFC, Major League Baseball, UEFA, and multiple others in helping them build global fan bases. And as we talk through the conversation today, happy to share a lot more insights on how we are seeing fan engagement evolve, and along the value creation process. I'm not an IP expert, but what are the apertures around which we are seeing IP being created in the sports ecosystem?
Absolutely. Thanks, Sid. Thanks for that. And now we go to the lawyer on the panel. So that jet synthesis is now, anybody who knows esports, I think, knows jet synthesis. You all have done some amazing work, developing formats, building it, growing it, taking it to the next level, so to say. Esports is already an Asian Games medal event, and it's soon going to be an Olympic medal event. Tell us about what you all do, and where are you placed in the sporting ecosystem?
Hello. So first of all, I feel an odd man out here because all are the real sports person, and I've been just a sports person till my school days. And second request, your all quiz questions were like out of syllabus. Hope these questions we will be able to answer. So coming back to your question about jet synthesis and how do we build this ecosystem. Now jet synthesis is basically a digital platform wherein we are into multiple segments. As you mentioned, we are into esports, that is one of the verticals. So there is an event which is right now going on in Chennai Trade Center where we are showcasing multiple esports and live competitions are going, like title like Valorant. There are certain 5 titles which has been identified which will be going to Olympics. This is the first year the Olympic titles will be identified. Commonwealth Games and Asian Sports Games have identified certain titles, and India has already won few titles in Commonwealth Games. So that's why esports has found its own space in the sports. Secondly, the definition of sports, which we were discussing earlier, also has been amended now. So sports includes esports. This is how the government is trying to push the sports and esports, because there the real money lies. Now, since we are discussing money, esports has a revenue of, you combine movie industry and you combine music industry, the revenue is still 10 times more in gaming sector, like esports sector. Even if you see, the first World Cup was concluded in Riyadh. The pool prize was higher than Wimbledon and higher than Cricket World Cup. So you can see the projection, and that's why it is gaining more momentum, esports. But I have a balanced approach, because many times there are real sports persons sitting, they are not favorable of esports because you just play on mobile. So that's another debate. So coming back to jet synthesis, so we also own a real cricket teams at MPL. So we have a team called Ratnagiri Jets. And we also have a women's cricket team. So I was discussing with ma'am that Smriti Mandana is our brand ambassador. So we do have a presence in real sports. And secondly, it is, now since we're talking about sports, we work for Sachin Tendulkar. So we manages his IP, like he has his own game, Sachin Saga. So back-end tech support is given by my company, Jet Synthesis. For the fan engagement, as you rightly said, it is important aspect nowadays. So we do manage his app also called 100 MB. So this is how some sports person have already monetized their IPs. Sara Tendulkar has also joined us, and she owns, like we have a segment of, like in similar format of IPL, we have GEPL. So Chennai has a team, TVS Credit owner, I always forget the name, he's the owner of the Chennai team. We have a Bangalore team, Mumbai team. So Sara Tendulkar owns our Mumbai team. So this is how monetization is happening in cricket space as of now. So I guess we can explore more avenues.
Fabulous. I mean, I think this bit is a new world for many of us sitting here. We don't know about it at all. But increasingly one's obviously reading about it and knowing that esports has become as much mainstream as sport gets. So Vasan, coming back to you, and I want to go back to my original question to you. When you, and I want you to wear your sports person hat now, and tell us, in your days when you were growing up and when you were playing and you represented the country at age group level in sport, you represented the state, the country, you know, I mean, I won't even ask you what support systems were like, etc., but tell us the context of how things were viewed, approached, and what was the life of a sports person like at that time?
It takes me back to the day when the first opportunity to receive an offer from a table tennis manufacturing OEM came our way. We were so excited by the opportunity to just go into the store and pick up whatever we liked. We never thought of, what kind of money we can expect, what other kinds of support we could get, and I completely endorse what Sudha said in terms of, how we viewed things those days. But what it has also ended up doing today, given the considerable amount of, media attention and all of this that sport has got over the years now, I begin to dwell in terms of, is that athlete over there, is he really central to the way things are being done in terms of all companies that are having a stake, that have a share in the overall ecosystem? What is the role of this athlete? And would any of this industry even survive and sustain without that athlete? And I have a case in point here. If you go back to the way IPL was constituted in this country, there were a bunch of iconic players who were identified, and each one of them was made the face of that team by calling him an icon player, right? And a number of them have continued to be a part of that particular league all through. And in the recent past, we saw that two of these leagues monetized with a dilution. Did that athlete benefit from that? And would that valuation even arise without that athlete's presence in that team? Is a question. And can I'm going to only be able to throw questions at the audience today. I really don't have solutions to this, and this is for the likes of Kriya to answer. So if one of these icons were to approach you and say, can I stake a claim for my rightful share, do you think there is a case for this? Is a question that we need to ask ourselves. So that's as far as the athlete's role is concerned. Now, let's also look at the other perspective to this, right? Many of these athletes were blindsided by not knowing how this whole thing is going to evolve. But let's look at the generations that are coming through the ranks now. We talk about athlete creators now. There are universities in America that are offering courses on topics like NIL, right? Name, image, likeness, and things like that. And these are all terminologies that I'm beginning to learn from lawyer friends these days, right? So now how early is it, or how right is it to be exposing young athletes to topics like this? How do we help them understand that there is a role to play here? Do you position yourself for a share of that pie eventually? Right? These are questions that are obviously going to be coming through more and more as we move along. And we need to, as people who are either in education or people who are experts in the various areas, we need to be prepared to answer some of these questions. So I will stay with that. I'm sure my co-panelists will have many more things to say on that.
Very interesting and very thought-provoking as ever, Vasant. Siddharth, when you guys are at the forefront of obviously this whole fan engagement piece, and then there are your customers are these large sporting giants, whether they are an IPL team or a larger pan-national organization like IOA or Formula One. Where are the concerns around intellectual property in the space of the work that you do? What do you see rearing its head, and have there been things that have changed and developed over the years?
Yeah, so actually before I answer that, one clarification, Shraddha, the only sports person on the panel is Vasant. It's an insult to call us sports people with him. I'm a failed gully cricketer. I know Vishal is good at what he does, but the only true blue sports person is Vasant. So I just want to clarify that. So to answer your question, actually let me pick up on what Vasant said about the two IPL franchises that just got sold, right? One was valued at 1.8 billion, the other was valued at 1.6 billion. There's $200 million difference in the valuation. Now if you take a look at the business model of the IPL, most of the franchises have similar revenues, right? The only difference comes in the kind of sponsorship they are able to generate, and that's a delta of about 10 to 15 crores, right? Everything else remains the same. Both the franchises that got sold have only one IPL title till date, right? So a 200 million delta for what could be a 1 to 1.5 million delta in revenue is not generally explainable, right? My hypothesis around that, it ties back to brand and fan engagement, right? One of those franchises invested heavily in building direct relationships with fans. They built technology platforms and solutions to be able to connect with fans directly and be ahead of the curve when it came to being at the forefront of fan engagement. And I think these are the kind of questions that will come up as sports organizations are evolving, to see what kind of value do you add on your own balance sheet based on the kind of direct fan relationships you own, right? And essentially what it means is how much fan data do you have access to, and are you activating that fan data in the right way? And that's where stuff around who owns the data, how you collected that data, how you're enriching the data and ensuring that you're not in breach of any of these data protection laws, tie back into how you're building your own IP. And that's a space that is ever evolving. That is one that we see as something that is a double-edged sword. It drives tremendous value, but also if not done the right way, is going to be open a can of worms for a lot of federations. And we see this in India as well as when we in international federations as well, especially with a lot of these European clients where GDPR is so strict, and in India now we have DPDPA as well. I'm able to throw these terms because I talk to clients about this, not that I'm an expert, but it has forced us working in the tech space to also understand this and convert those into what it means for the kind of platforms you're building, right? And that's where we see a lot of the conversations going towards, because if you take a step back and just see how sports fan engagement has evolved, it has gone from passive consumption, listening to score updates on the radio, to active participation today. where you have the power to choose what broadcast feed you want to watch. You have the power to have a direct voice or direct connect with your franchise to tell them who they should pick at the auction. Or even, if you look at what Formula E did back in 2014, probably an idea ahead of its time, but based on the number of fan tweets that came in, a driver got a booster in the middle of the race to get an advantage over there, right? These kind of things all, we will at some point in time need to be seen through the lens of how you're building IP, but it all boils down to fan data and how you're activating it the right way.
Brilliant, brilliant. I mean, that's great perspective, and I think both of you have alluded to slightly different things in explaining that $200 million valuation. So it's very, very, very interesting. The franchise is, of course, only the greatest sports franchise in the world, so not surprising at all. Okay, we shall correct you. You guys are really, in some sense, responsible for protecting the interests of the athletes who sign up to work with you. I'm only right now in a limited manner talking about the athlete management piece of the work that you do. How challenging is that? What do you see as the constant problems that keep cropping up? And I do know that the moment marketing pieces are a massive pain to handle. Whenever somebody achieves something, everybody goes to town and puts his or her face and likeness and congratulates them and so on. So, and I'm sure you must have a truckload of interesting stories. So tell us.
I think Baseline holds some sort of a record in terms of sending the maximum number of legal notices to brands. And not like we've won any of them, but these are more of cease and desist notices. So you asked about challenges in handling athletes. I will restrict, the conversation to the IP part, because there are, a lot of challenges. But in most cases, it is actually, it's amazing. It's a huge opportunity and huge responsibility to be working with athletes and, sort of hand-holding them through commercial partnerships. As far as IP is concerned, and let's say moment marketing that you touched upon, when do brands try and capitalize on moment marketing? Not when, a deserved cricketer hits a century in the Ranji, but when someone, say, like PV Sindhu wins an Olympic medal, okay? And I'll talk about 3 instances that has happened over the last, say, 8 years in our journey in Baseline. PV Sindhu in 2016 winning the silver medal. Prithvi Shaw when he hit his first test debut century against West Indies. And the recent Paris Olympics, where, Srijesh, the Indian goalkeeper, had a string of amazing performances. And in each of these instances, the number of Indian brands, and I'm talking about at least 30 to 40 brands at a bare minimum, that have jumped to capitalize on the performance of these athletes. And none of these brands had anything to do with these athletes, okay? So where do you really draw the line? And I'm talking about blue chip companies over here, and it's not someone, startups who are not aware of what a brand endorsement or the cost of association is and the guardrails around this, but well-established brands who sort of flouted and violated rules just to try and capitalize on moment marketing. Okay, in Sindhu's case, I think there were some really big brands, and we were okay as long as it was congratulations, I think. And the guys at KRIA'tive would know this better. Using someone's name or congratulating them, while it is a gray area, can be accepted. When it becomes a problem is when a brand attaches their logo to a congratulatory message. Okay. And as I said, there are huge companies, PNG, Freecharge, so many companies that sort of, we had to send notices to, and all of them withdrew their ads because they knew that they had violated a particular law in the first place, right? But there is one interesting incident when Prithvi Shaw hit his debut, test century in Ahmedabad against West Indies. Again, you know, he was compared to Sachin Tendulkar because he broke Tendulkar's record, you know, made into the team at 18, and, you know, came from Bombay, played for, I think, the same school. Anyways, you know, a lot of brands, right from Swiggy to, again, you know, okay, let me not take brands here, but a lot of brands took out ads congratulating Prithvi, used either his name or his image in some form and had their brand logo inserted. But there was one brand that did something very interesting, and that was Durex. They just put an ad on the internet, which is one line, and it says, it said, the first time is always special. That's it. So this is just to say that there are smart ways to, you know, land a message if at all you have to capitalize on moment marketing. And yeah, the recent Paris Olympics, a tire brand, again, I don't want to take their name, but let's just say they're very prolific these days in terms of being associated with the national team. On their internet, sort of, you know, I think it was a Twitter, Instagram handle, they put out images of PR Srijesh and congratulated him for his performance against Great Britain, where I think we were a man down and, you know, he made them win. Or he helped India win by taking him to the penalties and, you know, we progressed to the semis. And we sent a legal notice saying this is a blatant violation, and their lawyers came back, but we are merely congratulating someone of his stature. What is the problem, right? So as we speak, that you know, case is still being fought in the courts. But yeah, coming back to your question, I think the opportunity or the challenge is to really educate the athletes as to what they need to look out for and what they need to stand for, right? Because especially with the internet, it's so easy to flout rules, and because there are so many creatives that are being uploaded on a daily basis, right? And in most cases, athletes even miss out on, you know, seeing some of this. So I think constant sort of, you know, updation for us in terms of what is right, what is wrong, and us passing on that information and hand-holding athletes is important.
Great.
Yeah. Venki, if you don't mind, we are live on YouTube. So you are taking brands and you said, I don't want to take the names, but we are live on YouTube.
Let me just say that the brands that I've taken, most of them, as I said, we've not won a case, or there has been some sort of an out-of-court agreement, not even a settlement, but an agreement to take down these, you know, ads.
Yeah, so to answer the common question which everyone had, that athlete need to educate. So what I feel is like since they have a nutritionist or a fitness coach, maybe they need to have a good lawyer also, because it's not limited to IP, it is also about the contract. The earlier panelist also emphasized it is about understanding the clauses, whether you're signing the right contract and till what period is you're assigning your rights. So I get maybe education, of course, it is needed, but like you have a people behind an athlete, right? A coach, a fitness trainer, and multiple people. I guess lawyer should be added to that, because see, in law we say ignorance cannot be pleaded. You cannot say I was not aware. It's not accepted. So of course you need a lawyer, and I guess now the generation is getting educated. Because now everyone, it is not only the physical presence, because now it is more of digital presence. So apart, in addition, since he mentioned about DPDP Act, it is really very important. It is not only how their data is handled, they should be aware. Because there is sometimes it is sensitive data, it is personal data, so that needs to be classified properly. So that's why athlete can be aware, but he cannot be a lawyer.
Yes, of course.
So you need a lawyer in a team, maybe to take him in the correct direction, and his reputation and goodwill, which is hard earned, should not be abused by the brands, as he was emphasizing, or any other, like, because now we will be coming to that, but otherwise also deep fakes and other aspects should not come in. So I guess a lawyer should be added in that team.
Venki, just to add, and this is a personal observation. we've seen that most of the brands who do this don't do this to the biggest of stars. In the sense, you wouldn't see someone congratulating an Amitabh Bachchan or a Shah Rukh Khan, right? So I think even when brands and their marketing teams put out some of these creatives, they're taking some sort of a calculated risk, right? Nevertheless, it is wrong.
It is wrong,
But
they're trying to see if it can fly, can go under the radar a bit, stuff like that. Understood. Rajan, without, I don't know how much of the details you want to reveal or share or whatever, but Tenvic is certainly, I can tell you, headed in the direction of setting up India's most comprehensive sports university, right, where there are going to be exclusive courses to just develop the sporting ecosystem, not just for sports people themselves, but for all the people who want to enter the industry through any manner. Now, in all of those early discussions that are going on right now towards structuring that and doing that, have some of these topics come up? IP, money, monetization. I know that Tenvic mentors and certainly teaches young athletes even today how to manage their money, for example, how to be financially prudent, that you played a season of the IPL, you got 3 crores and you've blown it away by buying a Lamborghini or something. I know you personally intervened in cases like that. So tell us about this whole...
Thanks for letting the cat out of the bag. But having said that, yes, it has been a sincere effort over the past 16 months now to pretty much map every competence, every skill that we believe is relevant to the larger sporting ecosystem, and having informed people help us, guide us on designing courses and content that will probably provide the right kind of foundational support for people who are aspiring to come into the sports industry per se. And you will hear an announcement from us in the next 2 weeks in terms of the first set of courses that are being offered. And to your question, most certainly, sports law is very much an integral part of that particular offering that we have curated. But when it comes to this question of intellectual property, trademark, copyright, these kinds of things, we expect that under the ambit of sports law, we will have experts coming in and talking about this and creating awareness. Now, if I can take another 30 seconds of yours, I was also thinking of one other aspect that I wanted to highlight. Now, a possible example that I could take, which could be not so controversial because it's not relevant to the current context, is the fact that if there was one particular shot in the cricketing batting book and it was synonymous with someone, it was the square cut. Right? We all know that Gundappa Vishwanath and the square cut was synonymous. Now, I want to ask the lawyers in this room whether the square cut is patentable in Vishwanath's name as a product or as a process patent. Which one would it be? I would be delighted for some responses on that. I will share my coordinates with anybody who's interested in engaging me in this conversation, and I would like to be educated on that. So that is one part as far as the athlete is concerned. Of course, coming back to the business of sport itself, now there is a lot to be learned from esports, for instance. Their ability to engage with fans in a sustained manner through the year is something that our physical leagues have not been able to achieve so far. For example, something like a team skin or something like that, they call it a team skin. And that's memorabilia and merchandise that sells through the year. I haven't come across many physical leagues that are doing that at this point in time. Then there is this other question that I wanted to raise, primarily because I wanted to provoke thoughts there, is the broadcaster central? Given the fact that everything is now data-driven, everything is on the digital medium and things like that, why would a league not consider a direct-to-consumer engagement? And is that a struggle that is on at this point in time? Is the broadcaster being able to counter some of these initiatives? And I know you guys are going to be significantly involved in all of this. So So that's another area that I think is going to go through some kind of a churn, and I don't know how things will emerge. Again, those are aspects that lawyers will be, better informed over. If not, they should be. And finally, my other point is that I often wonder whether, given this kind of digital penetration in sport that we are witnessing these days, are we tech companies that are also playing sport, or are we playing leagues that are looking at tech for support? We don't know that yet. So that's another debate for another day, but this is something that we need to dwell on.
Absolutely. I just want to segue on that point you said on, fan engagement is seems to be like a kind of touchy piece in some way, right? I mean, there are all these genuine fans who are kind of like very passionate about it. They support their teams. They put out their own content, their thoughts, their opinions, what they want the team should do. I mean, everybody will be jumping up and down and saying, sack somebody as the captain of this IPL team, make this change. Why are you not playing somebody as an impact player? Things like that. So all this content is out there. And then, there is a medium or a platform potentially in between, which is carrying this content. So whether it's the brand's own, the team's own webpage or app, or a third-party platform like, say, Meta or Twitter or whatever it might be. And then there is the team with whom all this engagement is happening. In all of this, where does the power lie? Where does the control lie, ownership lie, and that monetization lie? I mean, what if tomorrow, for example, I came up with a phenomenal, thought or idea or slogan, let's say, for an IPL team, and the team takes it, sees it on a X feed, takes it and actually makes it their official anthem, saying this was crowdsourced. I mean, where is it? Where are we on all of that?
No, actually, great question, great bunch of questions from you as well. I first want to talk about what Vasant mentioned in terms of the role of the broadcaster, and that's actually a great point because you're already seeing signs of that changing. The Premier League has decided to go direct to consumer in Singapore. For the first time, an established league is saying we don't need a broadcaster. We are going to run this experiment. It's a controlled experiment. A population of 5 million people, high income there, subscription-based service. So you're already seeing some of this coming. The second is the definition of a broadcaster is changing, right? A lot of these leagues in Europe, which are not at the same stature of Premier League, have actually tied up with YouTube content creators. They are saying, we're going to stream our games on your channel, right? And they are willing to give their IP away because the distribution sits there, which ties back to your question of, look, I think for the longest time, and this is still going to be the case, while you build you build the passion, you build the brand, when it comes to distribution, you still need to go to where the fans are. And right now where the fans are Meta, YouTube, and the broadcast and OTT platforms. But 10 to 15 years down the line, will there be an official insert sport organization name app where everything is available for a fan can choose what they want, and a fan is not beholden to a broadcaster? Maybe, you never know, right? And it always, when we're talking about fan engagement, it always boils down to the question of where are the fans and what do they want? And that's what's driven a lot of these business decisions. But if fan behaviors can change, we'll see how the Premier League experiment in Singapore plays out. Maybe we'll have this, right? Because the single line problem statement for any sports organization today is they own the passion, but they don't own the platform. So how do you build a platform where you can also monetize the passion? And that's the direction in which at least I see this moving.
Oh, it's a great line actually. They own the passion, but not the platform. Great line. Vishal, have you seen this? I mean, we'll stay on this thing of fan engagement for a bit, right? I mean, for any sports person, I think fans are a very, very important part of their lives because they feed off that energy, they feed off that adulation, it kind of propels them to better performance and so on. Have you seen athletes themselves starting to realize this and creating strong individual identities and finding ways and means to put out original content, directly engage with fans, kind of break the wall, so to say?
For sure, but I think globally, let's just say American athletes do it a lot more, and probably even some European athletes do it a lot more than our athletes, but that is changing. And, Sid spoke about how some of these athlete channels are becoming distribution platforms. And I think that's beautiful, right? Before, if we had the likes of, say, there was one radio, one TV, that's about it, newspaper in the print medium, which would sort of transmit and broadcast information and news and, say, live sport. Now, each athlete who has, say, thousands of followers or even in the millions becomes a huge platform for him or her to showcase what goes behind sort of, their lives, training sessions, and things like that. And I know a lot of ex-players. I think the best example is something like what Kevin Peterson is doing with the Switch, right? It is currently the fastest growing YouTube channel owned by an athlete in the world. It's growing faster than Cristiano Ronaldo's channel, Erling Haaland's channel, etc. And some of the stuff that he does, the challenges with, say, Rohit Sharma, Rahul, it's amazing. So I think athletes will become more active in terms of, showing what they do behind the field of play. As far as Indian athletes are concerned, we hope they do it, but it shouldn't take away from their very existence as an athlete. It's always about sort of, maintaining
But you all actively talk to them about this? I mean, when you engage with them, when you create a roadmap for them?
Well, we do. And what we encourage is partnership with, say, brands and platforms that have already amassed a certain amount of following, where our athletes can sort of, capitalize on. Because starting something from scratch while being lucrative in the long run, it just takes a lot of time.
Energy and bandwidth.
Yes, and I think that's why we are there as an athlete management companies to give them the right kind of advice, right? But if you look at someone like, say, Abhinav Bindra, right, or a PR Srijesh, they are primed to do some of this, and they are thinking along these lines.
Interesting. Shraddha, you tell us from your vantage point in this whole new age esports, ecosystem that you're part of, on one side, and I also find it fascinating that you own a team in like a state competition, and we have seen that post the IPL, these have mushroomed and these have actually become solid talent funnels for players to be identified, come through, etc., etc. How do you all deal with, with the respective ecosystems when it comes to things like fans and, the ownership and identity and things like that?
See, now, when it comes to the digital ecosystem, nowadays, whenever we have like any engagement, okay, for example, I mentioned about GEPL, which is the electronic cricket format, same like IPL. So now when we are approaching brands, okay, just an example, now brands will see how many followers are there for those specific players, okay. So nowadays the rating, okay, we don't have ratings here, but now the ratings is associated with how many fan followers on your social media handles. So that has become very important on social media platform, okay, not for the real sports, but even real sports. Like you must be seeing that nowadays it is very important how much fan followers you have in whatever handles you are following. So many times they use bots to amplify the number of followers, but it plays very important role, because if I am approaching brand X that come and endorse for me, they will see what is the value proposition. See, earlier it was tangibles, like you put a jersey, a logo on your jersey, so which side, it is on a hand or placement matters, but now it is not limited to it. Now we were discussing, it is about all merchandising, multiple, there is brand extension. Okay, so one brand is now used in the multiple segment. So it is very difficult to control As a lawyer, what we look it as contracts are only the best way that we can control all these things, because at the end of the day, when there is any dispute or disagreement over certain aspects, it is all revolves around what have you agreed. So there is, I guess, the source and the root cause that how do you negotiate. Okay, so that is the important part that will be, it may be e-format or real sports. For example, even we have a talent management company. We were also managing few celebrities in multiple segments, cricket, tennis, table tennis, lawn tennis, multiple segments. So there many contracts used to come to us. So it is consideration, terms, how much period, all these aspects are important. So whether it is a physical format or a digital format, these, I guess, terms are common checkpoints for every, and I guess contract plays a very important role in addition to IP. And now also in addition to it, now you have guidelines. Now since you were mentioning about YouTubers or influencers, even they have to abide by certain guidelines, because now ASCII has laid down guidelines for them as well. So you have to be within that boundaries. Consumer law also now comes into it after the Maggie fiasco, even the celebrity are liable. So there are multiple aspects. So when there is a brand endorsement or any association, all this aspect in addition to IP are to be considered, irrespective which platform we are monetizing it. So this contract plays very important and basic role.
Right, absolutely. So I'm just going to do one last round of questions, then we'll maybe ask the audience if they want to ask some questions before we wind up. Vasant, I'm going to go back to your last point around whether we are sporting companies leveraging technology or technology companies who are in the domain of sport. You've seen things change, of course, dramatically from when you were a player to the period when you were a passionate sports follower, and then even 15 years ago from day one of 10 Week, which I was privileged to be in, by the way, to today, things have, just the use of tech in the way the sporting ecosystem and an athlete's life has changed. What role has, from that ringside view, how does 10 Week see it, and what has 10 Week done in the space in terms of leveraging tech and not making it technology for technology's sake?
See, it would be cliched to say that, tech solves many problems. It does. But having said that, I'm reminded of one particular recent incident when Google DeepMind was engaged by Liverpool to help them understand how they could get better at corner kicks. And DeepMind built a product by this Google DeepMind chap called Peter Walliker. And it finally, Google DeepMind received an endorsement by Liverpool coaches that the predictability of their corner kicks got better from the observational strategies that they had built for their own teams, thanks to Google DeepMind's intervention. Now, starting from high performance sport, if you draw a similar opportunity for a disruptive intervention by technology or tech companies, and particularly in the space of innovation and AI today, now you can imagine that in a country like ours, where we produce less than 1,000 coaches a year for the kind of demographics that we hold, there is simply no other way but to, rely on tech for scale. And AI is going to do that remarkably well. How to play sport? A cognitive video-based manual converted from a physical textbook for sport can probably bring, literally crush the amount of time that we would need to become, a sporting nation from what was earlier imagined to be 50 years to maybe 10 years. And therefore, 3 generations will benefit, right? That is the potential that AI and innovation has. But having said that, given all these kinds of large learning modules and stuff like that, and virtual reality and immersive experiences that are coming into, all areas, including sport, it is also a devil that is untamed at this point in time. We don't know what shape it's going to take, right? So therefore, the perils of that also have to be dealt with at the same time. But if you ask me whether, the benefits are higher than the negatives to it, there is no doubt. It has to be an innovation-driven space. In conclusion, I also want to say that if all these established sports companies don't adapt and embrace data, digital mediums, the platforms, all of this, I would not be surprised that in 5 years, the ones that didn't will end up becoming not sports leagues or sports companies, but they'll end up becoming sports museums.
Right. I have to ask you the inevitable AI question these days, Siddharth. So, yeah, I mean, shoot, tell us what's AI doing to your business? What's AI doing in your business? How is it accelerating stuff beyond what you imagined?
Yeah, so look, the answer changes every 24 hours. So let me caveat it that way, right? But the fundamental principles for a tech company, when we look at AI, is in two ways, right? One is AI for engineering, which is what we are doing on a day-to-day basis and how that helps us. And then there's engineering for AI. In an AI first world, what are the kind of product experiences that fans, will expect? And I think a great example of that is just with, what you're seeing Google doing in AI mode during the IPL. One of the things that we are trying to do is to nudge people to use AI mode differently. Don't use it like the Google search, right? You can ask much more deeper questions. You can go more into detail, and things you thought that weren't answerable earlier, or you wouldn't get the right answer to, or they'd be on the second page of Google search. Because the AI model is trained on good structured data, you'll be able to get the answer quickly, right? That is, where we are seeing AI coming to change a lot of how fan experiences are built going forward. And look, it'll be pretty presumptuous of me to give a very an answer with very high conviction on what AI is going to do. But as long as we approach it with a growth mindset, but taking it with the right guardrails and ensuring that you're not building a model that hallucinates and is trained on the right kind of data, it's only going to get better for fans, right? I come back to that point of for sports organizations, if you own the passion but don't own the platform, AI is going to help you accelerate owning the platform and building those direct relationships with fans. And we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, absolutely. Exciting times.
Vasant, on a lighter note, I don't think Google DeepMind's inputs have really helped Liverpool this season. But anyways, just to add to Siddharth's point, which I think he summarized beautifully on AI, I think one thing we've seen is that, AI being the buzzword and AI being integrated in every aspect of life, one thing it cannot replace is live sport. I think live sports has been so heavily resilient in a AI-driven world, and it's so amazing to see that, right? And just like live news, but which is not so amazing to see. But live sport, I think, has also sort of proven itself to be an irreplaceable format, because of which which further shapes the evolution of media rights landscape. And I think live sport is going to play a very, very important role in that.
Yeah, I actually wanted to ask you about, your experience with the Prime Volleyball League, which I know has been like a Herculean effort, which has gotten off the ground now and is really humming and buzzing. In a sport like volleyball, in a league like that, have you seen tech, AI come into sports like that as well? Because, I mean, I don't think any of the people sitting here will really know much about, volleyball beyond how it's played, right? So,
see, in Prime Volleyball League, we use AI for content, on the content side, what used to take editors manually, a lot of time to cut clips, then upload it, edit it, upload it, etc. We do it, within a moment of seconds after the matches are over with the help of AI. And that's just a very, very small example of, how AI is being integrated. Sid will be able to give you like hundreds of other examples. But having said that, I think on building a league like volleyball, which is to sort of, further take your question and go one step further. And I mean, this might sound a bit controversial, but I honestly feel because of the over-dominance of cricket in India, it's literally destroying all the other sports. It's becoming tougher by the day to build non-cricket sports, right? Because back in the day, let's just say in the 90s, we used to even watch sports like MLB, ice skating on, ESPN and Star Sports. Now, the only thing that you see is, I mean, of course, there's a little bit of football peppered in, but it's cricket. And if not live cricket, there are magazine shows, vignettes like Swinging Shammi, Virat's Incredible Knock, etc., etc. No broadcaster is really sort of, interested in trying to build and promote non-cricket sport, which I think is a real worry, because we talk about a country trying to host the 2036 Olympics, but here we are, our Olympic medals are in the sort of single digit. All the money, 95% of the advertising money and subscription money in India goes to cricket. Most of the endorsements are sort of cornered by cricketers. While the overall sports industry is growing, I don't think non-cricket sports are necessarily growing and being supported and promoted the way it should be. And just on Vasant spoke a bit about athletes and how technology helps AI. I feel while all that is beautiful, Abhinav Bindra once said that technology or AI can never replace what a person learns, the values a person learns from this field of sport: discipline, resilience, perseverance, etc. So I just feel as much as we embrace technology, we just also build infrastructure, build more playgrounds, have more community initiatives, just kids, just encourage them to go out there and play. And not just pickleball and paddle, but every other sport.
Great, very heartfelt. And yes, I'm coming to you anyway. Yeah, please.
Yeah, I was just having a different opinion on this. Now, see, I do agree the pain about the cricket being like overcasting other sports, but according to me, not only since we are speaking about sports, I'll limit my discussion to this. But usually, what I see, AI is not here to replace anything. Okay, it is the tool basically, which can be used the way we want. It can be used or it can be abused. Okay, AI is not something that you can put it on auto mode. Okay, it needs human intervention, that is HI. So I believe AI cannot be in a vacuum. It needs HI. It needs human interferences. Now AI has literally helped the sports industry a lot. Now, IPL is the best example. You see so many data analysis is going live. This is possible because of AI. Strategies, bettings, the stream managements, all backend data is being, AI is helping in multiple tools. Team selections is done by AI. There are certain sports which do use AI. I'm talking about the real sports, not esports in this case. But yes, so AI is basically should be looked upon as a tool and not as a replacement to the humans. So it is just a tool to enhance the data. So that, because during live commentary also, if you see so many data can be analyzed, like before, after, this, that. This is all possible because of AI. So it should not be a replacement as such, and it's my take. Yeah.
Good point. Okay. On that note, we have time to take maybe a couple of questions very quickly. If anybody has anything they'd like to ask our panelists, here's your opportunity. Anyone? Yes, sir.
Interesting for an old man like me, because you were talking about G.R. Vishwanath's Quaker, that skill. Can it be registered as an intellectual property, right? So I want you to throw more light on it, because I think it's a skill. Can it be registered?
No, I can only attempt to answer because there is no right or wrong answer. I can only say that the biggest slam dunk photograph ever still goes on the Nike shoes, right? We all know that. Please sit, sir. Yeah. So it's each of us have styles. The square cut was possibly made most popular by Gundappa Vishwanath. But there is actually a chef who has to add a salt to the food. One guy does this way, so that the salt falls on the elbow and then goes into the food. He actually tried protecting that scenario as a trademark, and that's how he finishes all the video in the cooking lessons he was giving out. So there is no one single answer. It's possible or not possible. But as you rightly say, it's a sporting skill. A lot of persons say that Sachin's cover drive is the best. Or a lot of other persons get inspired and try to do it the same way. But it won't come out the same way. So as a picture, you can possibly remember that, like the last dance with Nike, which has now become one of the largest selling shoes in the world, right? So there is no one right answer. It's possible, but it's very subjective. No, like a lawyer.
So let me give you a non-lawyer response to that question by throwing one more scenario at you, which can possibly be some food for thought. We are in the city which is the cradle of Carnatic classical music, right? So if Sanjay Subramaniam was to sing a composition of Muthuswami Dikshitar and claim a copyright on that composition, will it sustain?
Again, the style.
The style.
Actually, very interesting you should bring this as a particular example, because sir there runs a women's college in Tiruvarur, which is the birthplace of the Carnatic Trinity. So I think that brings the evening a full circle. But yeah, we have one more question here. We'll take that and then we'll wrap it up. There'll be plenty of chance for networking and interactions over dinner.
Yeah. So I live in Bangalore, and I've been seeing AI like pop up in Bangalore a lot. So my founder, he is building a sports tech startup. He said this one statement which was very hurtful to me at least. So AI is the smartest employee in a company, Claude. So we have been running a lot of Claude Cova, Claude automations. And he said that Claude is the smartest employee in a company. Do you believe that, or what opinion do you have on that?
See, that is very subjective. We are not aware of what is the potential of other members in your company. So very difficult to compare. But of course, human intelligence can be never compared to the machine learning. Because see, ultimately you have to understand man is behind making machine learn, right? So I have made that AI. We are the creators of AI. We are only feeding data in AI. So we cannot say it is smarter. Of course not. So, but then to come as a diplomatic answer, you have to prove the merit. So it is very subjective. As Barat says, it is very subjective to answer that case. Yes? Yes, yes. My senior most lawyer, like the most oldest IP lawyer in India, Mr. Tempton Daruwala, I had a privilege to mentor under him. So basically he said, never answer hypothetical questions. It is like, can I get a heart attack? So if I don't know your medical history, how can I answer? Like, what is the stats, medical stats? So lawyer also, unless and until we know the facts of the cases, we will not comment and we will not give any answer. So no hypothetical questions.
So let me give the non-lawyer answer to that. I think AI is your best employee if you actually manage it like your best employee. Give it clarity on what you're expected of, what's expected to do, when it's expected to do it, how it is expected to do it. The best organizations are the ones that have the best AI managers. Humans are always going to be required. For us at SI, one of the biggest changes we've made, and it's coming into our performance evaluation system also, is how well people are using and managing AI versus substituting their work with AI. So that's the nuance I'd add there, with especially with stuff like Claude, etc. coming in. You just need to be a good AI manager.
All right, on that note, we conclude. Please give a round of applause to our panel.
Thank you to our brilliant panelists and moderator for turning this session into a truly engaging session. We now request Ms. Gitanjali Bhatnagar, partner at KRIA to join us on stage to conclude this session and felicitate the panelists.
Thank you, Ayush. Thank you to all the panelists. And for a person like me who has very less exposure in sports, it was a very engaging discussion. My only exposure has been movies like Chak De and Bhag Milka Bhag, and of course, Dangal, the best of them all. But thank you. All of you raised very pertinent questions. And Vishal, you spoke about moment marketing. I think that's a very, very pertinent point. Case in point being Amul, which always comes out with a new advertisement cashing on not just sports, but even other events in the country. So that's something that we are also grappling with, but let's see where that goes. So that, of course, very important on how, so companies are being sued on how consumer data and preferences are being used for marketing. Similarly, issues can occur for fan data as well, but I'm sure you'll be able to handle it well. And of course, the famous square cut point, I completely agree. It's something that, in my opinion, should be trademarked. A whole lot of work goes in developing that style. Even Malinga, for that matter, for his famous Yorker, for which he's known as Slinga Malinga. I know this only because of my husband. I don't have any other interest in cricket, but it definitely is something that's trademark material. And of course, Shraddha, your points on the digital and social platforms, on how sports is capitalized on those aspects. Wonderful, absolutely engaging discussion. I would want to felicitate everybody now, so please.
We would now like to acknowledge another exciting partner of ours. Please welcome Startup Singham. Startup Singham is South India's first startup reality show. It is a Chennai-based platform focused on helping founders connect with investors, mentors, and opportunities. It has become a strong voice for entrepreneurship in South India and for turning ideas into real businesses. May I please invite Mr. Arun from Startup Singham to share a few words.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you so much for the warm welcome. So I'm Arun Nair, CEO of Startup Singham. How many of you guys have heard about Startup Singham? Yeah, that's good to know. And I see one of our startup, very own startup sitting here. Good to have you in the audience. So what started as a dream a year ago with the season one where we were doing our prototype, we were also not sure how to go about. From there, the journey has been wonderful. We stand as one of the biggest startup pipelines in Tamil Nadu. With season 2, we are being able to get over 115 crores in commitment for almost 60 startups, another 15 to go. So it's a long journey. And I'll take this opportunity to thank KRIA'tive and especially Barat sir, who has been in the part of the journey throughout. And one thing that investors are looking for at this point of time in startups is not exactly conviction or their scalability. What is your moat? What will prevent somebody from taking over your business tomorrow? How safeguarded are you in your business? What is your differentiation factor? And Startup Singham as a platform, as a startup, so we have from day one, not even day one, I would say T minus 365, we have been very conscious about our trademark, our patents. So we have been very careful about the same. And we have come to a stage wherein if things were not in order, if we had not taken that extra step, thank you Barat sir, I was just talking about you. So if we had not taken those steps in day one, we had come to a state wherein it would have been a very big problem creator for us. But today we stand confident because your patents, your trademarks, everything is in order. Everything, legal side of our startup is entirely clear. So one thing that I want to tell to the startups, all the startups present here or anybody running a business, safeguard your business. And when you are looking for somebody to safeguard your business, please make sure that you go to the experts. And this is something which I have been telling every stage that I am in whenever I'm talking to startup. A CA is not your legal representative. So please differentiate between a chartered accountant and what is his or her limitations. And please go to somebody who's a lawyer who will actually help you with your legal and your IP and stuff like that. With that, I conclude and thank you INTA and KRIA'tive for this wonderful opportunity. Wishing you all the best and looking forward to more and more sports personalities coming into the stage in the ecosystem as well as through Startup Singham. Thank you.
Our next acknowledgement is for another valued partner, Sumangala. Established in 1985, Sumangala has grown alongside India's construction and industrial development With manufacturing operations in Puducherry and a strong presence in structural steel products and TNT bars, with a legacy built on quality, resilience and long-term trust, Sumangala represents the strength that helps build modern India, quite literally. We thank them for their support. Please direct your attention to the screens.
பெருமைக்கு எவ்வளவு பெரிய அழுத்தம் வந்தாலும் பின்னால இருந்த மாதிரி தாங்கி நிற்கிற தமிழனோட ஒரு சக்தி. சுமங்கலா இது 38 வருஷமா தமிழ்நாட்டையே தாங்கி நிற்கிற ஒரு சக்தி. சுமங்கலா TMT உனக்குள் இருக்கும் கெத்து.
Ladies and gentlemen, no great evening is complete without celebration. To join me on stage, I invite our very own Raju sir, who is our in-house sports star. Raju sir has started playing football at the age of 9 and he holds a D-license coaching certificate in football, and he has had the privilege of playing against the Sri Lankan national team. Raju sir, if you could just join me on stage so that we can give away the prizes. I also invite Ms. Gori Tirumurthy, partner at KRIA and Mrs. Sudha Shah to join me on stage and give away the prizes for the winners of the Pickleball tournament. From the male category, in second place, we have Mithun and Karthik Sharma. And the winner of the pickleball event is Aditya and Vasant. From the female category, the second place, we have Subhashini Ilangovan and Anjana. And the winner is Nitya and Nandita. If we could just give them a big round of applause. Now, to give everyone a small glimpse of the exciting Power Pack Pickleball tournament that KRIA had hosted last month, we have a very short video.
As we near the end of today's event, we once again invite Ms. Gori Ramorti, partner at KRIA Law, on stage to deliver the closing remarks.
Dear friends, thanks for staying back and braving the weather and the at the time. And I don't think we are delayed, but then it's been a long and interesting evening. Distinguished guests, friends and colleagues, it is my pleasure to say a few words about this afternoon's discussions. It was an honor for KRIA Law to be able to team up with some of the most distinguished names in sports and discuss sports as a business and as a scientific activity. We have reached unprecedented milestones today by touching upon topics not discussed until now. When we spoke to Vishy Anand and Vijay Amritraj, they had several questions for which there were no immediate answers. Our conversations, in fact, convinced us that we need to have another conference to thrash out those questions. The discussions today have brought many facets of sports, technology, IP, innovation and technology. Innovation and technology have transformed sports in ways that go far beyond just equipment and faster performance. They have reshaped how athletes train, how games are officiated, and even how fans experience sport. The impact could be as simple as studying newly available data on probabilities of injuries or of winning streaks to push limits of human performance. Artificial intelligence and predictive analysis are increasingly used to assess performance patterns and simulate game scenarios. Such vital assessments could easily be game changers. I believe our panelists today have touched upon many of these topics today. On the other hand, it could be more complex use of technology to ensure peak physical outcomes. Now this is very important, peak physical outcomes, to be able to peak at the right time. So sports medicine and recovery technologies, for example, pain reduction, cryotherapy, nutrition-based counseling, all these are out there for us to research. Similarly, mental well-being for optimum performance has become a science in itself. Innovations in material science have produced lighter, stronger, and more aerodynamic equipment. Changes in sports clothing. For example, you have cooler clothing which are now available to reduce physical strain and enhance speed, power, and endurance. Interestingly, technology has also improved fairness and accuracy in sporting competitions like video review systems, goal line technology, ball tracking, etc. These tools strengthen the integrity of competition. Even fan engagement has been enhanced by technology through high-definition broadcasting. The big question, of course, is whether we can ensure a level playing field. This is a question which is going to bother each and every one of us because the suburbs or the villages which do have a lot of talent are not going to be able to find the level of technology or the access that we do have in cities. I hope the situation changes and I hope we would be able to have a level playing field of that kind. Friends, these are only some of the aspects that sports have been impacted. In the midst of this innovation, intellectual property plays a vital role in the modern sports ecosystem. Even more complex questions are cropping up and are not confined just to patents, copyright, and trademark. For example, personality rights have become an important aspect of modern sports. The public mistakenly assume that such personality rights are simply free for all. A new movement for preservation of such rights has just begun. Roger Federer's image no longer can be used outside a salon in Bengaluru. Sania Mirza's image cannot be used on a menu card without her permission. And the matter becomes even more complex in countries like India. Personality rights are not governed by a single dedicated statute, but are generally protected through a combination of different IP rights. Ladies and gentlemen, maybe at this point we have more questions than answers, but we are confident that today's questions will be answered tomorrow and tomorrow's questions the day after. On that note, on behalf of KRIA Law, in collaboration with INTA and IT&T, I hope you have enjoyed the stimulating evening. Thank you and hope to see you soon.
Now to extend our heartfelt gratitude to every partner, collaborator and member who contributed to this event, I now call upon Ms. Reshma, Managing Associate at KRIA Law, Ms. Madhura, Senior Associate at KRIA Law, and Mr. Siddharth, Senior Associate at KRIA Law, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good evening, everyone. As we draw this insightful and enriching day to a close, I would like to take a moment to extend our heartfelt gratitude to those who have made today's event a remarkable success. It takes three of us to do the vote of thanks because it's quite a long list. Firstly, to our esteemed Chief Guest, Honorable Mr. Justice Kumar Ramorti, for sharing valuable notes on sports and IP. Ms. Gori, Kumar and Shalja Arora from INTA, for the inspiring thoughts, seamless collaboration, and bringing together perspectives that made this engagement truly meaningful. The IT&T team, it's been truly brilliant collaborating with you, coming together of ideas, perspectives, and a shared vision that's made this experience both enriching and impactful. Dr. Amulya from FICCI for taking the time off today to attend the event. And moving on to our members of the first panel, to our moderator, Mr. Rajaraman, for refereeing this panel with all the fun and wit, and our panelists, of course. Mr. Rasha, thank you for your innings and insights that were equal parts graceful, sharp, and absolutely spot on. Padma Shri Somdev Devarman, thank you for serving up insights with the same finesse and precision that you once kept your opponents on their toes. Dr. Subhadijit Chandra, thank you for your masterclass that proved sports law can be just as fun. Our quiz master, Mr. Felicitation, thank you for juggling quiz master and moderator duties so effortlessly, keeping us thinking, laughing, and very carefully choosing our answers as well. Mr. Vishal Jason, thank you for bringing sharp insights and keeping the conversations moving at a pace even the scoreboards was struggle to keep up with. Mr. Vasant Bharadwaj, thank you for batting through every question with style and making the toughest ones look easy. Mr. Siddharth Raman, thank you for keeping the marketing conversations moving like a fast break. Ms. Shraddha Damle, you're here. Thank you for your making serious work feel like a multiplayer quest with your thoughts. And moving on to our partners of the Pickleball tournament, to all lawyers from FICCI, Mr. Ramesh Ganapati and Mr. Balasubramaniam, for helping us successfully move 32 lawyers from the court hall to the pickleball court, where arguments about statutes were replaced with shuttles and objections with serves. And Baseline, Mr. Narayanan, for hosting us at such a fantastic venue and giving us the perfect court to trade our legal briefs for backhands and rallies. Thank you. I invite Ms. Madhura now.
Siddharth, not Madhura, thank you. First of all, I would like to thank all 460 applicants. Otherwise, the Creative Innovator Awards would not have happened. Thank you for your old ideas and fresh thinking, making the selection journey truly exciting and competitive. On all the experts who helped shortlist the finalists, Mr. Mukundan, Ms. Geetanjali Bhatnagar, Mr. Ayush Sarawat, Mr. Jacob Kurian, Ms. Gori Ramorti, Ms. Akshaya P. Sachin, for meticulously evaluating and shortlisting 16 out of 460 applications. Truly a very, very tough job. Next, we'd like to thank our jury members, Dr. Shankar Venugopal, Mr. Lakshmi Narayan Ramachandran, Mr. Kumar Vembu, Dr. Dara Ajay, Dr. Kanaka Sabapati Subramanian, Mr. Munawar Dean, Mr. S. Tangapandian, Ms. Kailvari Selvarajan, Mr. Satish Ganeshan, and Mr. Sridhar Parthasarati. We would like to thank you for making sense of brilliance, ambition, a little bit of chaos, and for turning impossible to choose into exceptionally well chosen. Finally, we would like to thank our presenting partners whose generous support has made this event's vision and balance sheet in good shape. Mr. C.K. Kumaravel and Ms. Veena Kumaravel of Naturals Beauty Salon, working with you has given this event a distinct glow-up in every sense. Ms. Anita Ratnam of Nartaki, your support has helped choreograph the event step by step with grace, much like your esteemed self. Mr. Arun, Mr. Hemachandran, Mr. Balachandar of Startup Singham, with you on board, we couldn't have been more confident in bringing bold ideas to spotlight. And Mr. Jagadish from NewMed Labs, your contribution has brought precision and reliability to everything we've put together. Mr. Rajendra Sabayanagam, Mr. Ashwin Samanagam of Sumangala Steel, your association with us has added strength and stability to this entire endeavor. Now I will hand it over to Madhura.
We next have our supporting partners whose collaboration has added depth, diversity, and character to everything we have put together. In today's event, we could match the best of the minds together thanks to each matrimony, Mr. Murugavel Janakiraman and Mr. Krishnan. To Mehta Jewelry, Mr. Abhay Mehta and his sons, we appreciate you adding sparkle to this event. Mr. Balachandran of Junior Kuppanna, your support has added a delicious flavor to the event. Our heartfelt thanks to Kumar Silks and Mr. Preetham for weaving their support to the event and adding a touch of elegance. Mr. Srinath of LM Exams, you have helped us build efficiency and smartness, much like how your products assist students. To Pro Bikers, Mr. Suresh, you have fueled the event to move forward in the right direction. To add more flavor to this event, we have had Khalid Priyani join hands with us. Thank you, Mr. Karthik. To next play, to Mr. Shan Murli, we are pleased that your support could help us deliver the event to the right audience. And Aishwaryam Thandam Maligal, Mr. Vignesh, we are glad you could associate to the event and make it worth its weight in gold. To our food and beverage partner, Mr. Japtej of Jolly Indian Fufu, and Mr. Bhargav and Ms. Danya Srinath of Kelir Canteen. Thanks for having our stomach and our stores and our soul satisfied throughout the day so that our brains function better. Our travel partner, Forza, thanks for taking our esteemed guests and facilitators to the right places at the right time. Thank you, Ms. Nandini and Mr. Sri Krishna Dayal. To Savera Group, we appreciate your warm hospitality and cozy atmosphere. To our press partner, Suresh Chandra, D1, you have truly been the one destination for all our media and promotions. To Galatta Media, our streaming partner, Ms. Aruna and Mr. Vasant, your support has taken this event beyond this room onto screens everywhere. To our media partner, Sportstar, your support has helped shine a spotlight on today's conversations. Thank you, Mr. Navneet. To Moonstruck, our photography partner, thank you, Mr. Karthik Srinivasan, for capturing this event frame by frame. To Nivya, our gifting partner, we appreciate the care and the love you put into little packages. To Victoria Public Hall and its facilitators, Ms. Hema Malini, Mr. Vijay, and Mr. Santosh and their entire team, the charm of this very building has been the true icing on the cake. To the core organizing committee of this event, Ms. Reshma, Krishna, Siddharth, Sunaina, Arjun, Aditya, And yes, sir. Yes. Aditya, Aryan, and every other member of KRIA on the stage, please. I mean, everybody from KRIA on the stage, please. First, the core committee. I'm repeating the names. Reshma, Krishna, Siddharth, Sumana, Arjun, Aditya, Aryan, and every other member of KRIA. 2 months of countless huddles, 2 days of back-to-back events, WhatsApp conversations, Teams notifications, and many sleepless nights later. Thank you for turning in. We will figure it out. We pulled it off repeatedly. Our partners, all the staff members of KRIA as well, please can you join us on stage? Every other member of KRIA, Shobhaman, Mahalakshmi, RK sir, and everybody else. I mean, the lights are hard. I'm not able to see the others. Ms. Komal Gaul, Ms. Aksha P. Sachin, Ms. Geetanjali Bhatnagar, Ms. Gauri Tirumurthy, Mr. Jacob Kurian, and Mr. M.S. Barat, the partners, or rather I can say the pillars of KRIA law. You are there each time for guiding our path, for patting our backs, and for pulling us back on track. Thank you for everything. To each one of you present here today who have made this event feel fulfilling. Thank you. All of you together deserve a huge round of applause.
Thank you, everyone. Please join us for dinner. It's right at the, where is the auditorium?